Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shouting going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Black News. I'm
Yes.
your host, Chain Crowman. We are Lady Chase is kind of asleep right now, but she should be waking up here shortly. And then Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income in Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Yes, sir, and greetings from Sin City, and you all know what goes on here. Everybody's here, you know what I'm saying, the good fellas and what have you. And also, too, Brother Chad, got a couple of announcements that I want to make. Okay, our sister in Detroit, you know who she is.
Yeah,
She's for suggesting that we go over to blacksbeat.com. It's a black-owned internet, it's a black-owned social media site dealing with black issues. Uh, Only, and so I'm going to be checking it out. We are going to have Sister Trish tomorrow night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on the podcast to explain it. Also, too, if you want to get your college degrees, here's a very, very well credited institution out of
okay.
Oklahoma, LarryLoveUniversity.com. Okay. And we hope to have Dr. Love on tomorrow night as well, too, so where he can explain it and, for our people to get educated, you know what
Well,
I'm saying?
tomorrow
Do
is
it.
the dumpster supporters. We want the dumpster supporters
Oh,
supporting.
yeah. Oh, yes, sir. Most definitely. Yeah. Primarily, yeah, that is going to be our primary subject, but we will, donate 10 minutes to Dr. Love and 10 minutes to blacksby.com if that's all right with you, Mr. Co-Executive Producer.
Yeah, that's cool. We still want them dumpster supporters to call in
Oh,
though.
oh, absolutely, most definitely. And I'm looking at this orange, stupid raccoon-looking motherfucker on the tube now, man. Just started to throw my coffee right in front of the goddamn TV set, man. Every fucking time I see that sack of shit, I get pissed off. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And then also too, I did surf the fight. I mean, surfed the site at blackspeak.com. It's very, very interesting. I think will do our people a much greater service that we're getting here at Fuckbook, Facebook, Crookbook, or whatever they want to call it. Also, too, the solar eclipse happened, and as you had enlightened me on, Brother Che, is that Nat Turner saw it as a sign from the Almighty Man to handle some business.
yep,
Okay,
sure
so
did.
which he did.
1831.
Yes, sir. And I didn't know that. You see what I'm saying? I'm smart. I can handle things. I'm not dumb. I'm smart. And if they would have left that motherfucking charge, man, they would have been out of business in 5 minutes. But
Yeah,
one of the unique things about doing this work that we do here, ladies and gentlemen, you come across a lot of information. Okay, you come across cool people, and then of course you got your haters out there. You're gonna have them anywhere you go in all walks of life. And then also to the clips, it was amazing. It missed us all together here, brother Che. You know what I'm saying? Nevada, didn't see it. But down there in the great
Phoenix
state of
did.
Texas.
Phoenix did.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Phoenix, they further south, and it was on a 45-degree angle
Yeah,
and what have you. So then I went up there to you guys and saw it. I hope nobody looked at it. And if you did, you should have your glasses on. You
I
know what I
did.
mean?
I looked at it with the glasses in and with the naked eye.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, now you have to be very, very careful, man. You're gonna fuck around and wind up getting cataracts like me, man.
I already have cataracts, Shabaka. So
You already have cataracts.
I was born with cataracts.
Oh man,
Yeah,
okay. All righty. And so therefore too, and as you had pointed out, our ancestor, the great Nat Turner, had saw it as a sign from the heavenly spirit, and he went out there and handled some business and what have you. Definitely want to give a shout out there to Dr. Truth Bay on the great work that she's doing. Most definitely over there to Black Power Radio. Want to give a shout out to them. Also to the Outlaws. Also to the one and only Mr. J
yeah,
Dizzle of the great work that what he's doing, and actually it was Mr. Dizzle. I've checked him out a few times, and quite a few years actually, and met and had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Dizzle. And
hmm,
one thing that I learned from Mr. Dizzle, man, was that on his podcast he ain't putting up with idiots.
right.
And that's pretty much where I got that from. So definitely a shout out there to the one and only Mr. J
Yeah.
Dizzle.
Shout out to Jay Dizzle.
Yeah, most definitely. You know what I mean? And then also too, they are talking about this abortion situation and what have you. Okay, so I'm not saying that I'm at the nexus point on it. Don't know which way to go, but that there would be between the woman and the Almighty. Then also too, I'm thinking with the abortion issue is that the father of the child needs to be involved in it as well too, because after all, it's his child as well too. You see,
Right.
but however, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that there's a situation, me personally, that I will
Oh, we
just
got
stand by and
MD in the
watch it on.
building. MD's in the building. Shout out to
Okay, all
MD.
right. Hey, what's up, MD?
Oh,
Hey, yeah,
wait, what
peace
the
to you
message
there.
says, MD, we want all the dumpster supporters to call in tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Tomorrow night. Oh yeah, and we're going in on them, man. We're going in on bullshit, as we usually do. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, MD, if you could check out our comments, man, check out blackspeed.com. It's a black-owned social media site. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and it's up there for you right there, MD. And the brothers trying to get it to work is because information of what I'm hearing from is that they threaten to tear that brother's site down, and it's a pretty nice site. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Sister Trish if she can come in tomorrow night. She has a busy schedule and what have you, and
Yeah.
she can give us more insight on it. Also, to check out LarryLoveUniversity.com, accredited institution. He's had judges graduate from his university.
Okay.
He had lawyers, scientists, and keep in mind he is located near
Tulsa.
and around Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Mm.
So most definitely, we're gonna give that brother there some support.
I was
So my
wondering, I
work is
didn't know if
kind of
your
like
page had got hacked or what. 'Cause I kept seeing
who
those
my
messages.
page.
Yeah, I was like, is this Shabaka
Yeah.
posting this or did he get hacked? But you
Okay.
just
What was the post?
you were putting that in the groups and I didn't know if it was spam.
Oh,
I didn't know
Larry
what.
Love University. Yes, sir. Yeah. So I spoke with Dr. Love today, on the phone, and I told him that there I would do that there for him.
Sir MD, cut the goddamn check. It's the dump gonna cut the check. That's all we want to know.
Yeah, that's it, man. I don't give a fuck about none of these crooked ass politicians, man. Rather if it's a jackass or an elephant, you know what I mean? Because they don't mean us no fucking good. They want us to sit up here. Yeah, we are the same.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Exactly,
As in
MD.
human shit,
As in
and I
this
want to make
gentleman.
that perfectly
As a
clear.
human shit, we want to make that perfectly clear. Exactly.
Yes, sir. I'm
All right,
quoting
so
one
let me
crook.
get to the topic, Shabaka, because we got a lot of
Yes,
topics
sir.
again tonight. So we
Yes,
got
sir.
this Good Times Netflix trailer will make you throw your phone. It's,
Hmm.
it's horrible, Black family.
Okay,
They
I'm missing it.
they
Fuck
just
Hollywood. Okay.
disgrace Good
Okay.
Times with
Hmm.
this bullshit that's coming out. Then
Hmm.
we got bus stabbing, hate crime in Kent, Washington.
Really? What happened up in Kenton, Washington? I've been through there.
Cracker stabs a sister on the bus.
Oh man, I certainly hope every man in that family go find that son of a bitch and make an example out of him.
Yeah.
And what was his reasoning for stabbing his sister?
I, Professor Black Truth gonna give us the update. I can't
Okay,
remember
the
off the top of
professor.
my head, but this bastard, he had a record. The police know about it. They didn't do nothing, and then he ended up attacking this sister on the bus. So
Oh man,
we're
so I'm
gonna
going to
get
be making a note of that for tomorrow night as well. Okay, Kent, Washington. Okay, black woman stabbed on bus by a cracker, right?
yep. It's definitely that's why it's a hate crime. So it's the cracker that stabbed his sister because she was black in Kent, Washington. So then we got
Okay.
bias test hinders black access to kidney transplants.
What?
Wait,
Mm,
then
mm, 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 mm.
going to Hollywood, Les Moonves ordered. Or, Les,
Hollywood. Oh
yeah,
man, you guys bring me back horror memories, man. But go ahead, brother. Che, I'm sorry.
Les Moonves ordered to pay $11,250 after interfering with LAPD, the lapdogs, SA investigation.
Hmm. Well, and that motherfucker's still alive for interfering?
He's white. Of course, he's still alive.
Okay. So they didn't give him the royal treatment, huh?
Nah, that's the one that used to be on. I forgot what damn show. Or he used to be in a show or movies, like a movie executive or something. Les Moonves, um,
Okay.
Shabaka. And then we got the Haitians. Shout out to the Haitians.
Right.
The Haitians resist foreign intervention as the U.S. pushes for unelected transition council. And we're saying here on Frontline Black News, Frontline Campaign, Shabaka's Black Experience, Enhanced Revolutionary Agenda, hands off Haiti.
Indeed, and that's why we would like to get Dr. Truth Bay, when her busy schedule, to give us some insight on that, is because Dr. Bay, from what I understand, has lineage to Haiti. So
Yeah,
it'd be very interesting of what
Bianca.
Dr. Bay.
So that's
Oh, yeah, most definitely. And where is Sister Bianca? Yeah, she could, relate a lot on that, Sister Bianca. Yeah.
yeah. And then we
And
got city council member says that she's never been told how much Denver homeless initiatives actually cost.
hmm
And that's going to lead us into our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our unhoused neighbor and illegal migrant sweeps in Denver, Colorado.
all right. Okay. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, we let it be perfectly known here that this is a Black First platform and what have you.
You couldn't tell from the
Okay.
flag.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They could tell, from the hat right here,
Tell
on the
from the
right
hat,
side.
tell from the t-shirt, tell from the
Yeah,
flag right
all
there.
that, all that, all that. Yeah. So we represent, you know what I'm saying? And we appreciate all our haters out there, you know what I'm saying? Not that I really give a good goddamn one way or another, okay? Because we're gonna continue this work.
Right,
Period. You see
period.
what I mean? And then also
So,
too, ladies and gentlemen.
Shabaka, you had a topic you wanted to discuss. I didn't get it from you in time to put it in the description, but you said something about Uber.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, Uber, all the gig drivers, oh, hiding Biden, a dirty, nasty motherfucker. He
Yeah.
is trying his damnedest to eliminate, your side hustle jobs. He's
Mm-hmm.
trying his damnedest to have you be declared no longer as an independent contractor, but as a fucking employee for Lyft, Uber, DoorDash, and all that. I done DoorDash, tore up my fucking car. You know what I'm saying? Didn't make no goddamn money. And what I mean by that is when I'm saying making money, to stack up. You see what I'm saying? Because when you say you're making money, okay, now are you stacking this money or are you just paying bills with it? Big fucking difference between the two. And then also too, definitely check out this brother at LarryLoveUniversity.com where you can get your degree online. Please tell him that Shabaka Sankori referred you. He's had uh, uh, congressmen, go to his universities, had lawyers, judges, medical personnel, and what have you. You know what I'm saying? And folks, it's based in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, yes. So
Well,
definitely want to support that. Uh, yes,
yeah.
sir.
Go ahead. I was just thinking of something
Okay.
that Kevin Barnes had said earlier about Black Wall Street.
Oh yeah, I checked out Outlaw. Yeah, I checked out Outlaws tonight. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Barnes says that he is going to try to get with us, but him, Courtney, the witch doctor, and what have you. They always got something going on right there. Appreciate those educated brothers and sisters out of Milwaukee. And then on top of it, they've been finding human remains in the city of Milwaukee as well too. So if Dr. Barnes could join us tomorrow night, we're going to ask him on that. So we don't know if there's a damn serial killer out there, or is this somebody who had killed a couple of people and got up out of Dodge. Hopefully the motherfucker gets kicked off the planet. You know what I mean? So once the
Yeah.
fuck again, I'm hoping it's not nothing of ours. It's because in Los Angeles in the mid '80s, brother Che, they did have what they call the South Side Slayer or the South Central Slayer. You know what I'm saying? And then to find out, and if you could pull that story up in the archives, man, it was a black LAPD officer who was doing that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a black LAPD officer. You know what I mean? And so, therefore, also, too, what they need to do is get rid of qualified immunity on these police
Yeah,
officers.
across the
And
board in every freaking state.
yeah, oh, yes, sir. And then when these motherfuckers go out here, man, and commit illegal activities behind their badge, you sue they got, get their goddamn pensions, get their damn life savings. The taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for this. You see what I'm saying? Because they already are fucking us already with that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So hit them motherfuckers back where it hurts. Yeah, see, our police officers put their lives on the line. Motherfucker, didn't nobody ask you to go up there and take that goddamn job? We as black people put our lives on the line every fucking time we walk out of our house coming across these race soldiers simply of who we are. But we supposed to be mad at Nat Turner. We supposed to be mad at Huey Newton. We supposed to be mad at Dr. King. We supposed to be mad at the former heavyweight champ. May he all of them rest in power. But you know, there's all-inclusiveness. You need this. Now, what you motherfuckers do with your all-inclusive shit, you take your all-inclusive shit, you put ketchup on it, shove it up your ass, and go menstruate. Sick-ass motherfuckers. Kiss my ass.
All right, so we're going to get to the first topic, Shabaka. And that is this damn Netflix trailer for this Good Times show that they call themselves. They try to remake Good Times. It's a bunch of tethers behind the shit and crackers. So you know it's some very stereotypical, very racist ass shit in this cartoon.
Okay.
So Tim Black's gonna give us the update on it.
Yes, sir.
Let me start sharing my screen and put the copyright up and all that stuff.
Right.
Which one is it? I think it's this one. Shout out to the viewers. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
Absolutely. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You know, you can follow us, you know, when we'll put up our URL, and you could Google our past episodes, you know, and please leave us a comment because, you know, it's from you, the public, of how we get feedback to improve.
Y'all got a rumor saying, how can we piss off the most black people possible? Yeah, let's take one of the only shows that show them in a good light that ever. Y'all got a rumor saying, how can we piss off the most black people possible? Yeah, let's take one of the only shows that show them in a good light that ever appeared on TV, and let's destroy it. 1974, Good Times broke new ground by portraying the struggle and the resilience of a black working class family in Chicago. Nearly 50 years later, Netflix's animated reboot causes outrage. Looks like they're going to tarnish and destroy the legacy of this great institution. See, Good Times, it wasn't just a sitcom. It gave voice and representation to black working class people in America. It told important stories about race, equity, poverty, all through the lens of joy, laughs, the unbreakable bond of family unity. So when Netflix announced it was going to launch this reboot, a lot of people were excited, but also kind of pensive. They didn't know what to expect. And then on March 27, when the trailer dropped, people lost their minds. It was like the Fat Boys just broke up. It was like Run DMC broke up. It's like Method Man left the Wu-Tang. It was bad, okay? People got pissed off. Yeah. Some see this as the latest in a long line of Hollywood mishandlings of black narratives. Others say, hey, can we just give peace a chance, regardless of what side of the fence you line up on? It's so
God.
We're going to have a conversation. My name is Tim Black, and this is Calling It Out. Good Times ran for 6 years on CBS. From February 1974 to August 1979. Created by Eric Monte, Greg Evans, developed by executive producer Norman Lear. It was television's first time for a black family of two parents to be seen on the screen. And remember, this was just after black exploitation films, where black people were only seen as junkies, dealers, gangsters, thugs, pimps, and sex workers. So yeah, this was a big deal. So that's the legacy of this show. And now we get this trailer for the new reboot.
It all started with my grandfather, James Evans. My job, if they ain't got that drug dealing baby under my roof no more.
It's the system. They put the guns and drugs on the streets.
What about the struggle?
We're black. It'll be here tomorrow.
All right. First, let's look at this cast here. There's a major difference here. Originally, we got the powerhouse of Esther Rolle, John Amos, Jeanette Dubois, Ralph Carter, Michael Evans, Bernadette Stamus, Jimmy Walker. Not pictured here. Bookman was also Johnny Brown. Janet Jackson's out in this picture. But it's not just the main cast members. There was also an amazing group of people that came on, black actors, famous black actors that came on, were part of the ensemble. And now we have the voice acting extravaganza of Yvette Nicole Brown, who I got a lot of issues with. Marcia Martin, that was easy. Jay Furrow, picture here, and JB Smoove. This looks like a hot mess.
Keep in mind,
it just does. It looks like something. This has no connection at all to the original Good Times, other than by name and by Norman Lear and the arrogance of wanting to put this out.
Stole all the intellectual property rights from Eric Monty.
And once again, and just looking at Norman Lear's previous work, and just knowing the history of what happened with Eric Monte, that him and Mike Evans put so much work into the creations of these sitcoms, and Norman Lear took all the credit and all the money. And it just seems, and I noticed a lot of people didn't want to call that out when Norman Lear was here. Now that he's gone, I don't know if people are having that conversation. But I noticed that there are people that are unwilling to even say that this trailer looks like garbage. Because it does.
It does.
Particularly when you're comparing it to the original Good Times. I mean, the original Good Times had people with ethics. We had Esther Rolle and John Amos saying, hey, we want positive black characters. We want a script that is for adults, that encourages, inspires, motivates, and educates the viewers. Not some watered down BS buffoonery. And they went toe to toe with the writers and with the executive producers on that, and it cost John Amos his job. And Esther Rolle even quit a year later, after John Amos left, and then also after he was let go, because he was unrelenting. He was unwilling to compromise his values, his ethics.
What did you say?
Yes, sir. Dr. Newton had went down there to Television City, down there on 3rd and Fairfax in Los Angeles. And he got with those producers up there and says, no. You're not going to sit up here and project this stupid ass image, Kid Dynamite and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so Dr. Newton did do that regardless of Dr. Newton's tainted past. You see, how can I put this to you? Malcolm had a tainted past. Dr. Newton had a tainted past. Okay, but does that take away from the good that they did for the black community? You see what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't take away. No, it doesn't take away.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And
it doesn't take away from their contribution. Exactly. They have issues or not, it don't take away from their contribution.
Yes, sir. And a side footnote too, Brother Chad, I saw a clip on mainstream media today with the situation over in Gaza. Okay, and I don't know if they was having a protest here in the United States, man, or in the Middle East itself. But one of these individuals had quoted the Black Panthers and had pointed out of how the Black Panthers were persecuted for exercising their constitutional rights. You see, so I just wanted to put that out there, but I'll have more data on that when we do the podcast tomorrow night.
Okay, Shabaki, let me finish this clip.
Yes, sir.
work on this product. Now we juxtapose that type of tenacity, that type of commitment to the art form, and to not just the art form, but to your people.
Right.
And the legacy of what you're putting out into the world. That's what John Amos was on. That's what Esther Rowe was on. You juxtapose that with this.
Yeah,
what is this? Yeah. Look, I know we haven't seen a single episode yet, so who knows exactly where this is going to go. But I'm saying that trailer is supposed to be the best of the best. It's supposed to be you putting your best foot forward. And if this is their best foot forward, I'm scared to see what's going to come next. I mean, this is horrible. I mean, first of all, the whole premise of the show is that this is a continuation. Like, these are the grandkids of Florida and James. And it's like, hold on now. They got out of the hood.
Right.
They left the hood. So now you're saying they're back in the hood. The last of the projects that they're back in the hood. Oh, this is great. Why not just make a new show?
Right.
I mean, if you're gonna make it so it's no connection at all to the original work, to the source material, to really grab the old audience, right? Why not just go after a new audience with a new type of content?
Right.
No reason to even bring us into it. I mean, I'm offended that you even put me in this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I grew up watching the reruns, and now you're gonna take my rerun love away and give me this garbage?
Yeah, that's that bullshit.
But you know, that's not even the worst part of it. The worst part of it is there are people that I see that are afraid to say that this is some hard garbage. They don't even want to say it. I guess they're looking for job opportunities with Netflix. Some of the reviews on TikTok were horrible, like just scared to say, garbage. You can always tell which ones are getting perks from Netflix and who's not. Which is part of the problem. See, Esther Rowe, John Amos, they were willing to lose their jobs. John lost his job, going to bat for black people, saying, no, I'm not going to let you make me be a buffoon. I don't want this show to turn into some buffoonery. I don't want this show to turn into a stereotype. I want it to be what we envisioned it to be. And if it's going to be like that, I can't be here.
Right.
And they were like, okay, you got to go there. And then Esther Rowe was like, well, if you let go of James, then I got to go. So she quit.
Right. Yep.
And that's when the ratings really hit the tank.
Well,
see, because once you take away, once you break up the family, you broke up the family. You know what I'm saying? You broke up what made it special.
MD got a question.
Which is an apt comparison of really what's going on.
Who is this cartoon catering to?
So
I'm saying the wrong people criticize.
And now we got people that aren't willing to take any type of risk. They are not willing to go through any type of hardship, take less money. They throw all their ethics and all their integrity out the window just for an opportunity for clicks and views, or just for an opportunity to get free tickets to go see the show. And it's just horrible what we got.
Right.
You know, it's horrible. And that's why we are where we are, because we can't even, in the artistic realm, say this is not the art we want. Right. The fact that this has been greenlighted with a baby selling dope.
Yeah.
Y'all wouldn't have no white kids selling dope.
No, hell no.
Right.
You realize what you're putting out into the world? You realize that? Now, once again, I haven't seen a single episode, but do I have to?
Right.
Just knowing that Dalvin is a baby drug dealer?
And that's
it's like
funny.
Seth MacFarlane and Norman Lear. And I had to say, man, I got to put you there, Steph. You want the money? You lined up with them. It seemed like y'all got in a room and said, how can we piss off the most black people possible? Yeah, let's take one of their only shows that showed them in a good light that ever appeared on TV, and let's destroy it. Let's take a crap on it and feed it back to them.
Right.
In the worst form imaginable. That's what happened here. Yep. And I'm not cool with it at all, man. I'm not cool with it at all.
Fuck Hollywood.
Now the real series, the full series comes out April 12th. So look, we can double back and we can take another look at it. But folks, and look, and I'm prepared to, if I'm wrong, to be wrong and say, hey, I was wrong. This turned out to be totally opposite of what the trailer was. I mean, goodness gracious, thank goodness for that. My bad Netflix, my bad Seth, my bad Steph. You know exactly what you was doing. Norman Lear, rest in peace. But as of right now, I doubt very highly that I'm going to have any type of walking back of anything. I'm going to have to do any type of making up or have to, go another way with this at all. I believe I'm spot on in my commentary. And that is, this is horrible. It's unnecessary. And it's a slap in the face for people who relish it. Some of you folks are young, you're new to the game, you don't realize. Man, we had black exploitation films in the 70s. I didn't grow up on that. This is what I know.
20 years.
Good Times was a big difference in what was being put out there for black folks. Without Good Times, I don't think you get the Cosby Show. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
this is shameful is what it is. It goes to show you they don't care about us and that they can do anything to our image. I don't think Norman Lear would have put out an All in the Family with Meathead and Archie Bunker, whatever, or strippers or somebody dancing for dollars and making it rain and making it clap and the white girls selling drugs. Like, I don't think he would have did that. So he'd be like, that can't happen. That's not white culture. See? See what I'm saying? He'd be like, no, that's something that makes sense. That doesn't make sense at all in white culture. But black culture, yeah, we could have people popping it and dropping it with the WAP, and all this can be happening. Exactly. I know we got some people out here who are just not
and that's
astute.
why they destroy the black family.
Their brains don't work. They can't figure this stuff out, why this is not a good look. Sometimes you got to look at the OGs and say, maybe the OGs know a little something. Maybe the OGs got this right. Maybe the OGs are right. Maybe I need to sit my young ass down and let the old folks tell me a little something.
Hey, I'll be more than happy to tell you. I'm
telling you, we deserve better than this. I would not have such a problem with this if it was put out on its own and let it stand for what it is. Some garbage,
shit that I've lived
that
through.
shit, this.
And
that people cut their brains off and watch just to not watch something worse. Okay? I get
Hollywood and fuck the whole
put it up behind. Do you realize there are episodes of the Good Times that we still recall in our memories? Like, remember when Michael was arguing with his mom because he wanted white Jesus off the wall to put black Jesus up?
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember that episode? You remember the episode where Penny was getting abused? We all found out. We was like, oh my God. Penny's getting abused. Everybody had to have a conversation about abuse in their families.
Yep.
We don't have that anymore. Remember the episode where James went and fought the gang members because they were trying to recruit JJ?
That was a good one.
They were trying to recruit JJ into the gang. And JJ's like, y'all not going to get my boy. That's my boy. You ain't gonna. And he stood up to the gang.
Yep.
I mean, come on, guys. Come on now. These memories. And if you haven't seen it, you need to go watch some Good Times.
Right.
And have a good time.
I've already seen it. I've seen them more than once.
This, I know how you make this as good as that.
70s and I've watched
Netflix, all I can say is, do us a favor. Respect your audience.
Black male
respect the conscious level of your audience. Recognize when you are tapping into something that is historical, that's held in reverence to a certain group of people, and maybe approach it lightly. And if that don't make sense, start treating black folks like you treat white folks. How about that?
Now, I agree with what the brother was saying right there. Like and subscribe to Front Line Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. But what it is, black family, this is the more reason why we should be controlling the institutions of education in our own communities. And what we got to do, and I think Minister Farrakhan had said that, man, is that we got to do an exodus away from these motherfuckers, man, massively at once.
Right. All right, because so Tariq did a commentary on this too. He gonna go into why JJ did the buffoonery he did, straight out of JJ's mouth.
All right. And the actor's name is Jimmy Walker.
Yeah, Jimmy Walker, and he's gonna go into who is behind this madness.
And he did do a movie with Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby in the mid-70s called Let's Do It Again. Where he was the boxer Bootney Farnsworth.
Yep. Correct.
And that was one of John Amos's best roles that he played, where he was Kansas City Mac. He also had a veteran actor in there too by the name of Calvin Lockhart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and may Calvin Lockhart rest in power. You know what I mean? And then two, I think okay, John Amos is still with us, right?
No, remember, I thought he passed away. What was that, last year?
Okay, hold on. Let's pull him up, brother Che. Let's pull him up. Let's pull him up. Okay. Okay, John Amos, American actor. Well, actually, as far as I'm concerned, he's an African actor.
Oh, he's 84. He's still alive.
Yeah, he's still with us. His date of birth is December 27th, 1939. Okay.
But he was recently hospitalized, and then he had they're investigating the elder abuse.
Oh, he was a victim of elder abuse?
Yep.
Oh man, okay. In his early life right here, we're pulling up. Mr. Amos was born December 27, 1939 in Newark, New Jersey. Okay. And that there's right across the way from where Mad Dr. D, wait a minute. Yeah, Newark, New Jersey is across from Philadelphia. Okay. He grew up in East Orange, New Jersey, and then here's something for you. Here's something for you.
That the elderly abuse is false, and the reports about elderly neglect are false and unmerited.
Okay, all righty, and then
So
also
he's denying that he's a victim of
elderly abuse. Okay, all right. So Mr. Amos graduated from East Orange High School in 1958. He enrolled at Long Beach City College and graduated from Colorado State University, qualifying as a social worker with a degree in sociology. He also played on the school's football team. And after college, he was a Golden Gloves boxing champion. Whoa!
Yeah, he's a bad man.
Oh, okay, yeah. So no wonder he played. Yeah, no wonder he used to tell motherfuckers up there, if you get out of line, I'll break your ass.
Yeah, he's no joke.
Yeah, okay, so he
ain't no joke.
Okay, all righty. So he had some hands on him, and also too, looking at his filmography, as they calling it, which is the movies that he played in. Vanishing Point, Sweet Sweetback's Badass Song, Melvin Van Peebles. Okay, and the world's greatest athlete, Let's Do It Again, Touched by Love, The Beastmaster, Dance of the Dwarfs, American Fires, Coming to America. Yeah, I remember him in Coming to America. Lock Up, okay, yeah, where he was the prison guard in Lock Up, Two Evil Eyes. He was in Die Hard 2. He was in Ricochet, Without a Pass. He was in Mac, Night Trap, For Better or Worse, The Players Club. Wait a minute, I don't remember John Amos in the Players Club.
You don't remember him in the Players Club?
Oh yeah, they say his character
what's his face? He was one of the bodyguards.
Okay, they got him as Officer Freeman here. Okay, so
he's the pig. Yeah, he played the pig in the movie. That was the one that they took what's his face on the joyride what's his face AJ Wilson or Williams.
Okay. Okay.
Played Ezel on Friday. Remember when Mr. What the hell was the dude's name? The villain in the movie, the one that was like fucking with Dollar Bill. He said, "Where Dollar Bill at?" And AJ Johnson was like, "Oh, he's not here right now." And he was like, "Stick your head in the car."
Okay.
And then he rolled the window up, and they was driving around with him stuck in the window.
Oh yeah.
And then the police, the big fat pig that showed up, with Faison. It was Faison.
Faison Love,
and John Amos that showed up.
Oh, okay.
And that's the ones that got Dollar Bill out the trunk.
Okay, all righty. And then also too, he played in All Over Again, The Watermelon Heights, My Baby's Daddy, Countdown, Shadow Boxing, Dr. Dolittle 3, Ascension Day, Lean Like a Cholo, Stills of the Movement, the Civil Rights, Photojournalism of Flip Scholke. And also too, ladies and gentlemen, definitely check out back issues of Ebony Magazine, is because they recorded the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Empowerment era.
Dr. Barnes was talking about that on the show earlier. He was like, yeah, they was around for 50 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then he played in Medea's Witness Protection, Act of Faith, Badasses on the Bayou. So I would imagine anything with the bayous down in Louisiana. Mercy for Angels, Tamales and Gumbo, Huntsville, Uncut Games, Coming to America Because of Charlie, Christmas in Miami, Me Time, The Last Rifleman. Okay, let's see. Now these are his film credits. Okay, now for his television credits, 1970, he was on The Bill Cosby Show. The First Salesman is Johnny Amos. Okay, The Mary Tyler Moore Show, yeah, he was Gordy the Weatherman. The Funny Side, Love American Style, The New Dick Van Dyke Show. Okay, Sanford and Son, he was Luther. Okay,
Sanford and Son, yeah.
Yeah, and then he was Maude as Henry Evans, recurring role on 3 episodes. And as you know, Good Times was a spinoff from Maude because Florida was the maid for Maude. And then he was a guest on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, Good Times, Police Story. And Police Story was in the mid-1970s, documenting the LAPD files and was created by a former LAPD officer by the name of Joseph Wamba, who wrote a series of books about Los Angeles, Future Cop. And of course, as we know, he did Roots, okay? He did Mr. Dugan. He did Alcatraz, the whole shocking story ever. He was Elworth's Bumpy Johnson in the TV miniseries. Here's Boomer, Insight, The Love Boat, The A-Team, Trapper John MD, Hardcastle and McCormick, Hunter, One Life to Live, Murder She Wrote, Stingray, You Are the July, Beauty and the Beast, Bonanza, The Next Generation. Okay, now the television series of Bonanza. Okay, I'm still trying to.
We don't have time to go through all the history. I just wanted to play that clip, and then
well, he's got quite a dossier here. Okay, so moving right along, you know, Mr. Amos does have quite a dossier here. Okay.
So Tarika's went over this too.
Okay.
And, he's gonna play the clip from JJ describing why he did what he did and all that type of shit.
Because the white producers, the show was around Florida Evans. The show was really around her. Esther Rolle had a recurring role on a TV show called Maude. For some of you guys who are old enough to remember. So Maude was a white woman, and Esther Rolle, I think, didn't she kind of play the housekeeper on that show?
Yes.
So Good Times was a spinoff on that, just like The Jeffersons was a spinoff on All in the Family.
Yep.
Right.
Which was a white show. So John Amos spoke out against a lot of the coonery, so they just killed him off. They killed his character off.
Okay, Tarika's right about that. Facts.
Yes, Florida was in Maude. She was on that show. And Esther Rolle spoke out against that image of JJ buffooning so much.
Right.
And shout out to that sister. Even though she wasn't FBA, Esther Rolle was actually, she's Bahamian. She was Bahamian sister, but she was a rider.
Yeah.
She wasn't a tether.
Right.
She was on code with us. She was a rider. And she was very particular about the images of Black people. So she was a rider. Wasn't a tether, even though she was non-FBA. A lot of respect and love for her. Yeah. But look at, let me play an interview, again, fair use. This is Jimmy Walker talking about being on the set and the way he was viewed. Hold on, this is an interview from about 5 years ago. Fair use, fair use, fair use. We're doing commentary. Fair use, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now let me play some of this real quick. Hold on.
Honestly say, I don't remember ever speaking a word to Esther the whole time she was there. I think the same basically goes for John. I mean, we've talked.
John Amos, your father, yeah.
We've talked more now, a little bit, but very, very little. We were never friends. We never talked. If you said at that time, call Esther and ask her about, I wouldn't even have her number. I couldn't have called John. I wouldn't have had his number. We were never friends. We never spoke to each other. only on the set. That's the only time. We never ever did anything together. Barbara Boglione was our PR girl for Tandem, and at that time, Rose Griffin was doing all the shows about, hey, we have the whole cast of MASH, or we have the whole cast of Happy Days here, and whatever. And he said, hey, you know what? We should get Good Times on to do their thing. He says, I can't get these people to sit in a room together, let alone in a show together. I could not tell you what Esther did. I could not tell you what John did. I knew nothing about him. I know nothing about him now. I know more about the camera people in here than I know about John.
Do you regret kind of not having to get to know these folks, or do you not think about it?
I don't think about it. I think about it this way. I think that we had a tidier relationship, and people had understood this is the way it is. This is the way it's going to be on the show.
Fair use.
I think we could have had it. We ran through tremendous adversity for 4 or 4.5 years, whatever it was. If we had had any kind of like, love, whatever, I don't know how long we could have gone. I mean, it would have been that way. I think that they killed the goose that laid the golden egg. I think that they don't understand that. I used to say to Johnny Brown, downtown Johnny Brown, who played Bookman, I said, one of these days, everybody's going to be out of work and they're going to wonder what the fuck happened. I said that to him at that time. You can ask
pretty much.
I said to him all the time. I said, these people, anytime you say anything, they get crazy, they get upset. I said, they don't get it, man. This is what it is.
Meaning they were calling out his coon.
Yep.
All right, hold on.
Exactly.
They were actors, and they're all very good actors. I don't take anything away from their talent. Their talent is tremendous.
And you enjoy performing with them,
I don't think enjoy is the word. I think I appreciated their talent.
Right.
John is a great actor, and you saw it to me in a lot of things, but West Wing, anything and everything he believed in.
Right.
He had never been a problem on any other show. And I think John getting fired, I think, was just an amazing. I mean, John's big thing is Roots. You know, that's his big, whatever, hill thing, mountain climbing deal. And he was tremendous in Roots. He was tremendous in West Wing. If he would have had that same attitude with us, I think we'd have been in much better shape.
Right, and he learned from getting fired the way to act on the set, and maybe that's what helped him become a better actor.
I think John was always a good actor. He's a solid. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing. Yes, without a doubt.
Anything to say about Bernadette Stanek?
But as an acting talent, yeah, it's her natural resource. I just tell this quick story. You know, no, she didn't have a lot to do in the show, but the Charlie's Angel. So I came back and I said to the Tandem people, how about Bernadette doing a pinup thing? Oh, I know you work comedy. Well, no, I came down so hard on that. I never. It's always hard when I go anywhere.
Yeah.
Any disc jockey, and they came down so. Everybody loves her, and they would love to see her in the bikini thing. And because
so yeah, that's the gist of it. So they weren't really rocking with him like that.
No, because he's fucking coon, and they wasn't with that coon.
So, yeah, they weren't really rocking with Jimmy Walker like that. And he said, you know, I was looking for the part where he said they didn't really like him. I was looking for that part. And fair use, by the way, fair use. That's why I was looking for the part where he was saying that. But bottom line, the cast, he wasn't talking to them and they weren't talking to him because they thought that he was a buffoon.
Yeah.
You know, even back then. And that's lightweight. The stuff he's doing is lightweight to what we see now.
Yeah.
But yeah, back then there was dignity popping. There was some
dignity. There was pride back then.
And shout out to Esther Roll and John Amos for speaking up. He was too real for you. Hey man, we're not. Let's not let that be what this show was about. A teenager who can't read, plopping around and being buffoonish.
Right.
You know?
But he was an artist.
Let's not let the show be about that. Let's not let it be about that.
That's not what the show was about, though.
And
agreed.
this new reboot, and this is why I'm bringing it back to this reboot. This reboot is everything that those actors did not want Good Times to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying this cartoon reboot is a slap in the face to the original cast of Good Times.
I agree.
Facts.
It is a slap in the damn face. This is exactly what they didn't want.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want no nonsense like this.
Right.
So this reboot has every weird stereotype, a drug dealing baby. Oh, come okay, that's just not funny.
It's not. It's not funny.
No,
about anything.
it's just not funny. I guess the girl in here is supposed to be an activist. So I don't know how that's going to turn out. But this show, it seemed to be designed for the purpose of ruining the legacy of Good Times. So when people talk about Good Times, this goofy cartoon will pop up. They could have called this something else. They could have made this a whole new entity.
Right.
They could have made it a whole new entity. But deliberately called it Good Times and tacking it on to an iconic show to denigrate it. That's what the purpose is, to denigrate it. Now let's look at some of the people behind it. Let's look at some of the people behind this thing.
Yeah, let's forget
ladies
that.
and gentlemen.
That's the part I want to show.
Now,
that
one person here, I know this girl is she does a voiceover on it. Hold on, what's her name? Where is she? Where is she? She's doing one of the voiceovers. Some people say she's even a writer on it. This woman right here, all right, is one of the writers. Or I know she's doing the voiceover, Rashida Oleyewola. All right. Okay. That's one person who is allegedly writing on it. That's one person. And that showrunner. Remember that showrunner? That name from earlier? That showrunner, Renata Shepard. All right. Now this is Renata Shepard right here. She's Afro-Latina. She's supposed to, I think she's Cuban.
Still qualified for the goddamn auction block.
This is the Afro-Latina.
And her black ass could have been
the
sold from
showrunner,
Haiti to Cuba to New
the person
Orleans.
running the show. All right, this is the actual showrunner. Family.
I don't think she got that memo, Shabaki.
Family. This is why we have issue with people who are non-FBA telling our stories, being in charge of stories about us. There's a reason why we have a problem with that, family.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why we have a problem with that. You got these people who are not from our community representing us with filth.
Mm-hmm.
We can't do that to their community. We can't make a Latino show with a bunch of Latin stereotypes, family. We'd get called out for it.
Yep.
It's always the usual suspects, man. We get these weirdos, people who are not from our community. Only thing they know about us are the stereotypes that they share among themselves.
Yep.
And then they put some filth like this together. If I produced a cartoon called Living La Vida Loca of a Hispanic family eating burritos, running up and down the border, swimming across the Rio Grande, while acting as drug mules for El Chapo, how do you think they would feel about that? Let's be real and let's stop bullshit.
Right, I don't think they would enjoy that.
And then people try to get mad when we want to delineate from this nonsense. Video. They wouldn't let us do that at no point, man. They'd be out there with picket signs. Mm-hmm. We don't have to sit up here and let people misrepresent us with this filth.
Right.
It's always some outsiders coming in here with this nonsense. And then when we say, hey, we don't want y'all, I don't care about you being Afro, Latino. No, I'm black too. No. We can tell our own stories, man. We don't need you representing us. We don't need you representing
there's two
us.
things I disagree
Because you don't
with
know the
Tariq
aesthetics
on
of
that, and I'll
foundation
say
of Black
that
American
he's
culture.
making his point.
All you know are the stereotypes that you and your little white buddies get to giggling and cacaing and kikiing about when we ain't around.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Yeah, look, with the remember the Tiger video?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Tiger did that video,
it.
I Caramba, with sombreros? Well, they had a hissy fit behind that. Remember?
So did.
Some of the racist, the racist Latinos who sit up here denigrating us, they were the first ones saying something against it.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Cholo?
Yeah, American Cholo.
The main one sitting up here throwing out anti-black stereotypes when Tiger did that video of them with sombreros, drinking Corona, whatever. They had a damn hissy fit.
They did.
Yeah? We don't have to sit up here and let these folks misrepresent us with nonsense. Family, this is why us having independent media is very important, ladies and gentlemen.
That part.
That's why independent media is very important.
Mm-hmm.
This goofy cartoon with these stale, lame jokes, it ain't funny. There's no balance. It's a bunch of goofy stereotypes.
Mm-hmm.
We got to understand when people are insulting us.
Right.
That's an insult to our community, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Tethers are very good at doing that bullshit.
Yep.
And then want to whine when we say, hey, we're going to let you do your own thing. We're delineating. But nigga, we're all in these together. Stop it. Yeah? They want to throw these stereotypes out here, and then the positive aspects of our culture, they want to leech onto that. Well, Black and Latino created hip-hop together. No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
That's why microphone check coming in a few weeks, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all better get y'all damn tickets to go see Microphone Check.
On the list.
That's real Black media being independent and doing things the way they're supposed to be done. Y'all go see Microphone Check. Get your tickets. Take your children to go see Microphone Check.
Yes. So me, Kukizi, and Lady Che were able to get Denver on the screening list. So it's going down May 25th at the Landmark Theater in Greenwood Village, Colorado. I believe you can take the train straight there to Orchard, and it's right there, Black Family.
Okay.
You don't even necessarily have to drive.
Okay.
It's in Greenwood Village. I wish she would have picked the Mayan again, because that would have been closer to us.
Okay.
Either way, it's going down, and we made sure of it, because originally Denver wasn't on the screening list.
Okay.
Check. We have to learn how to counter their narratives, family. Y'all, this is why it's important to take your children to see movies like Microphone Check, because you get a Black child. And the movie has some profanity. I'll admit we do have some profanity, but that don't trip on that. The kids can still go see it because they need to see what it's like for Black people to have institutions where they create their own stories and narratives and their own media and their own constructive propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Because all media is a form of propaganda. It's either constructive or non-constructive.
Right.
Most of the propaganda against us is non-constructive.
That's why we got.
So it's important for a Black child to see Black folks putting things together for them so that they can learn, so they can see who they really are, so they can appreciate their own culture.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yep. Understood, Tariq. I'm gonna stop it there. But yeah, what are your thoughts on his critique of this Good Times and what JJ had to say, and us controlling our own narrative?
Okay, Mr. Nasheed is absolutely correct on that. You know what I'm saying? And what it is that they had that bullshit, man. You know, with these Jigaboo movies, man, that they made in the 1940s.
Mm-hmm.
Amos and Andy. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
definitely
Right,
fake
there's the
hits.
guys bows and all, you bows and all that bullshit. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
And then, of course, this is why we appreciate Ozzie Davis and Ruby D and Sidney Poitier,
right.
for showing positive images of us, there in Hollywood. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
And
and
what
Holly
have you.
Weird. Holly
Oh,
Weird.
Hollywood is very weird, man. And once the fuck again, Brother Chaz, I would go right back down there and do a live feed from HB and Highland Avenue, where the Academy Awards is. So I'm letting you motherfuckers know already, that it's a disclaimer. I don't own the rights to none of that shit.
And guess what, viewers? It was the blaxploitation that saved Hollywood.
Hollywood, that's right. They sure did.
Because
They most certainly
Hollywood
did.
was in the dumps, and rightfully so. And then they came
Yeah.
out with Jigaboo Jones,
Yes,
Black
sir.
Season, Coffee, and the Mac. And
Yeah.
just go
And
on and
Fab,
on and on
Superfly,
and on.
5 on the black hand side. You
Yeah, that
know
was
what
a
I'm
good one. I seen
saying?
that on Tubi. I just
Yeah,
seen it recently on Tubi. I was like, oh, I remember this movie.
But one movie I did like though that they made with Fred Williamson called The Legend of Nigga Charlie.
Oh yeah, I remember that one too. Yeah, The
Yeah.
Legend of Nigga Charlie.
Yeah. That was a good one. Yeah, they're saying I think that there's the film that made the brother who died, who I think he by the name of Derville Martin. Okay, now he was another black actor. Okay, and he played in some of that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of Mr. Martin's work, it was positive black. You see what I'm saying? And what have you. They say so, but then as they say out there, out of the years that I grew up there, man, is that we just want to park, to get some work, and I can understand that. But there's an old saying. Okay, all money ain't good money. You see what
Yep.
I'm saying?
Yep.
But I understand, I appreciate that is because they have to go through a lot, man, to do it. You got auditions, man, like when they do a casting call out there, man. Okay, we need a casting call for a brother 35 years old, about 6 feet, tipping a scale at 185 pounds, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So they put them out there in the trade publications, the Hollywood Reporter, the LA Times, and stuff like that. And man, you're gonna have like about 3,000 or 4,000 motherfuckers showing up, to get that part. You see what I'm saying? So it's very demanded. You see, and what have you. But I ain't mad at them, man, because nothing beats a failure but a try. You see what I'm saying? And you have to get out there, and what have you. And then I'm sharing our StreamYard link, to those out here in the West who might want to come join us and what have you. You see what I mean? So, Mr. Rashid, he was
Nasheed.
Yeah, Nasheed. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so he was Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, so he was speaking the truth right there, and what have you. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
things
so moving right along, Shabaka, because we got a lot of topics.
Yes, sir.
Lady K is snoring real loud behind me.
Okay.
Oh, there she is. There she is. She laughed about that. So she's with this black family. She's behind me. So the next topic, Shabaka, is still weird related. It's about Les Moonves, and he's been ordered to pay $11,250 after intervening with the lapdogs.
He needs to contact the law offices of Johnny Cochran.
The reason why it's first them, we're going to direct the focus back onto them. First them.
Yeah.
And he's one of the many that should have went down with Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, two perverts of Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate to use this term, but they had a whole lot of black women ghetto gagging, for those movie roles.
Yeah, unfortunately. So yeah, this bastard has been ordered to pay the lapdogs.
Ordered to pay the lapdogs. Now, ain't that a kicking ass? Don't you know, man, that the LAPD is the most highly financed police department in the goddamn world?
Oh shit! I just noticed that timestamp on there. So it's about 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't say nothing about this.
Yeah.
But we are. So shout out to Torian Rain Reloaded. He shouted us out, well, mainly me, on a previous broadcast he did around the same time, as a matter of fact, when he was highlighting the illegal migrant situation here in the Mile High City. So he gonna give us the update or the rerun of what Les Moonves having to pay the lapdogs after interfering in their investigation.
Wow.
It has been a long time since I've done a video on Les Moonves. I couldn't even begin to tell you when the last time I talked about him and what it was about. But just know it's been maybe at least 2 years since I've last talked about Les Moonves. But he's back in the news again. And I believe this is probably one of the rare times I've ever done an Operation Protect the White Boy on a person who was more well known. Usually those videos tend to be about people who are not known at all. But I said, let me go ahead and talk about this because it definitely falls into that category. So Les Moonves was fined $11,000 for basically interfering with an investigation that was on him.
I'm sorry, Black Family, I jumped the gun. We're actually on to the stabbing that took place in Kent. It was a hate crime, a racial hate crime against a black woman. Suspected white supremacists attacked a black woman on a public bus in Kent, Washington. And it was definitely racially motivated, and the intent was definitely there.
Okay.
So Professor Black Truth, shout out to Professor Black Truth. He's gonna give us the update on that with his crime report that he does every Friday.
Okay. Now, what's up with the professor?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now...
Side note, this is New Black Media Appreciation Month. So shout out to all the voices of New Black Media, including us. And we are signal boosters as well of the New Black Media. So every April, since the white supremacists celebrate Hitler's birthday, we celebrate New Black Media Appreciation Month. So that's our response to that. So here we go with what happened in Kent, Washington.
The Friday Crime Report. Kent, Washington, March 7th, 2024, 7:45 p.m. The original crime report was going to be about the racist abuse that the Utah women's basketball team was subjected to when they were in Idaho last month. Naturally, I felt this incident dovetailed with the abuse the LSU women's basketball team has been subjected to by the LA Times, and now by the racist governor of Louisiana, an inbred reprobate who's clearly doing his best DeSantis impersonation. At least DeSantis could speak the English language. Governor Creepy Cajun can't even do that much. But I decided not to make this morning's briefing about the Utah basketball team because this story caught my eye, not for what I saw, but rather for what I didn't see. I'll explain what I meant by that later on. But this crime file begins on the night of March 7th of this year. A black woman was on a King County Metro bus in Washington, sitting near the back. The ride had been peaceful until two men boarded the bus and sat behind this black woman. One of the men began making racist remarks about black people and saying the N-word. The victim turned around to see who was making the racist comments, which is when the suspect focused his attention on her. He also reportedly told this 43-year-old black woman, "I hate black people," and made remarks about Rosa Parks and how this black woman should sit in the very back of the bus. The police report documents that this woman also heard him spitting on her from behind. This torrent of racial and physical abuse went on for 10 minutes. The black woman, understandably fearing for her life, walked to the front of the bus to request the driver call 911. This was when the assailant decided to escalate the situation. He followed the black woman to the front of the bus, and when the bus driver opened the bus doors, the assailant forcefully pulled the black woman off the bus by her throat. After yanking her off the bus, he then began punching the black woman repeatedly before pulling out a knife and stabbing her several times. The only thing that saved this black woman's life was that she was wearing a thick winter coat. She was injured, but fortunately the injuries weren't serious. This race criminal fled on foot after the black woman called 911, but he didn't get far. Kent police officers found him a short time later hiding underneath a vehicle at a house near the incident. The assailant's cohort, the one who had been on the bus along with him, tried to interfere with the police arresting the attacker, so he also was taken into custody. The assailant was eventually identified as 22-year-old Aiden Hernandez Mayoral, a white Latino from Maple Valley. Even though Hernandez's victim made it clear to prosecutors she was understandably in fear for her life, not just because of this Hernandez character, but clearly because of the criminal friends that he runs around with, nonetheless, prosecutors asked that he be offered some sort of bail, which he got at $250,000. Wow. This criminal has since pleaded not guilty. It's obvious prosecutors don't want to take this case to trial, not because they think it's a weak case. After all, the attack was caught on video, so this is open and shut. But prosecutors don't want to go to trial precisely because they know that this will result in a conviction. They're in the business of using prisons as a social control mechanism, mostly against black people. Yep. They want to offer this racist criminal a plea deal. It wouldn't be the first time, because you won't be surprised to learn that Hernandez Mayoral has a bunch of priors. Convictions for second-degree robbery in 2020, third-degree assault domestic violence in 2019, and felony harassment domestic violence in 2019. How is this creep still on the streets? Right. He's got at least 3 felony convictions in the last 4 years alone. And here he is caught threatening a black woman, beating her savagely, and attempting to murder her, and he's offered bail. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by, keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. Now, why did this degenerate do this? Well, it's for the exact same reason that Nuri Martinez and her racist pals on the LA City Council conspired to use their political offices to shape policies targeting black Los Angelinos and to lock black citizens out of their own city. There is a virulent culture of anti-black racism that people like Hernandez Mayoral and Nuri Martinez and others happen to foster and disseminate inside the United States. These are individuals who, when it suits them, will claim to be people of color, but on driver's licenses, on job applications, school applications, census forms, they identify as white. This is the reason you had that Latino neo-Nazi who went on a mass shooting spree in Texas. According to the Kent Reporter, the King County Prosecutor's Office reported that there were 18 anti-race ethnicity cases in 2023 in King County. 8 of those cases were anti-black. And you know that those numbers are being lowballed. Oh, yeah. But think about that stat. Black people only make up 13% of Kent's population, but we are 50% of the hate crimes victims. You don't get lopsided stats like that without there being a systematic, organized effort to target black residents, and you certainly can't get numbers like that without these hate criminals fully understanding that they're protected by the local authorities. This attempted murder happened a month ago, but no mugshot's been made public because under Washington state law, the state does not release mugshots to the public. And I'll tell you right now, even though that law's been on the books for about 40 years, they didn't pass that law to do black people any favors. The white media has also done their part to make sure that the identity of this criminal remains concealed. As the targeting of black citizens increases, I think we all know that this is going to become part of a trend. You'll have faux liberal activists claiming that the goal is not to stigmatize those accused of a crime, so we don't need mugshots out there. Why, think of the black people. It's just like when Judge Aaron Persky decided to let the rapist Brock Turner off the hook. And when people in California organized themselves to have him yanked off the bench, you had the white media pretending that, oh, this is going to intimidate judges. They're going to be handing down harsh sentences and black people are going to catch the worst of it. That's that faux liberal nonsense that we keep hearing about. The reality is, though, that these measures are used to conceal the identities of these hate criminals so as to make it easier for the racist perpetrators to go on committing their crimes and make it harder for the public to know who the world needs to be punished. Prosecutors and the white media are using the same tactics that they use to protect police who murder black citizens. Though you wouldn't know that black people are the primary victims of hate crimes, judging by how prosecutors, legislators, and so-called black leaders refuse to discuss a race-specific hate crimes law for black citizens. Nobody wants to make that a political demand. As I've pointed out numerous times before, Asians have never been a majority of the hate crimes victims. Not even during the post-COVID hysteria where Juju Chang was spreading anti-black propaganda, claiming that black people are targeting every Asian in America. While lawmakers were tripping over themselves to pass an Asian hate crime law, meanwhile, black people were the main ones being murdered, such as Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, Breonna Taylor, and so many others. And yet no one was talking about a hate crime law specifically to protect black Americans. Nobody was even proposing such an idea. Black Americans are the majority of hate crimes victims nationally. But you never hear Merrick Garland talking about that, or Joe Biden, or the congressional black talkers, because anti-black violence is a state-sanctioned act. As black people, we have a right to be safe and secure in our homes or out in public. Nobody has the right to disrespect us, and they certainly don't have the right to attack us. We are up against an organized offense. These hate criminals understand the authorities are on their side. They're all working together. Everyone knows the whole black people commit all the crimes line is a pack of lies. Everyone knows that black people are actually the least likely to attack total strangers or cause some sort of violent public disturbance. These anti-black racists, on the other hand, they are the criminal class. When they commit these crimes, they're making a calculated bet that the black person they're attacking is unarmed. And in too many cases, they're right. Black people are the most peace-loving and law-abiding demographic in America. That's not a brag, it's just a fact. The problem is this society doesn't obey the law and doesn't love peace. The only law in America is white supremacy, and that's the opposite of law. Fortunately, this creep was only armed with a knife, and the woman's winter coat was high quality, which protected her and saved her life. But the last time something like this happened, the assailant was George Zimmerman, and he didn't use a knife. We cannot depend on the police to protect us. They're just as involved in these hate crimes as the Aiden Hernandezes of the world. Our self-defense is also our self-responsibility too. This way, the next time some punk decides to commit a hate crime, it will be his last stop. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors.
And that's why it's first them.
And go support Front Line Black News, because we're taking on water real bad. Real bad, we're taking on water. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate the professors and what have you.
Yeah, I want to get it set up like that so they can get it on the screen. We got to work on that. But yeah, we got the PayPal and we got the Cash App. So
right. Okay. And then also too, nothing against Cash App, but I want to put this out here, is that about 3 people have approached me, you know, with that scam that you was telling me about, Brother Che, where you had the homie lose his life savings behind that bullshit. And I've been approached with that shit about 5 goddamn times. Okay, and what is going to start doing? What I suggest, when you get that in your inbox,
block and delete. Just block and delete. Don't even respond. Just block and delete.
Just block and delete. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Then they're doing all that. They try to get me for some shit.
Yeah, and the lies they tell are good. Oh,
yeah, they took over my whole Facebook page. Like, literally, this motherfucker that tried to get me on that Cash App scam.
Right.
Took over my whole Facebook page, y'all. Like, I lost the whole Facebook page behind this shit to some bitch in Korea or something. That's the picture they was putting up, but you know, it was the ops. You know, it was the feds. was one of them Agent Clipper types. But yeah,
exactly. You know what I'm saying?
they definitely need to get us. It's not all in your head. So keep your power tools, Black family.
Okay, now I see why you told me, man, to listen to the professor on those power tools. Got it. I got that message loud and clear. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Keep you
I went through some shit like that on the bus with a cockazoid, but see, I got the upper hand on that motherfucker. I had a whole shank to his motherfucking neck, and I said, "You say a motherfucking word to me, cracker, I'm gonna kill you." And he shut the fuck up, sat the fuck down, and left me the fuck alone.
And acted like he had goddamn sense. And unfortunately, you had
he got to the bus driver. And then they had me on the run for like an hour. I was on the run for like an hour, 2 hours. They shut down the whole transportation in the area. Ironically enough, in Littleton, which is a sundown town. It still is a sundown town.
Right. Like the referee says, protect yourself at all times.
And how I found out everything was shut down, I found that out at the Arapahoe County Jail. Yeah, they had me on a $50,000 bond, y'all. This is in like 2016. I fought that case for like 2.5 years. Beat it, won.
Okay.
They still say I owe it, but that's just something unrelated. Because I was working for this shady ass moving company, and these mothers, they knew I didn't have my license. It had got suspended, but they still had me drive trucks regardless. And that shit should fall on them. But them bastards got shut down. But they still got some kind of businesses going on, but they don't have that moving company no more.
Okay. All right,
so yeah, I've been there, Black family. So keep your power tools at all times.
Yes, sir.
You never know when you have some trash that needs to be thrown away.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't show up to court. None of the so-called witnesses showed up to the court, so they had no choice but to dismiss all charges.
Right. Okay. As well as they should have. You see what I mean? And so this is what's happening, Black family, you know, in this trend today. You see what I mean? Because this is why they want all our men to go out here and shove ketchup up their asses. Talking about
the Joshua syndrome.
Yeah, exactly. And how the fuck are kids in California talking about, oh, I'm non-binary? For anybody's information, binaries are computer codes, okay? Binaries were the precursors to when it was called data processing to artificial intelligence.
It pains me to say this, but I used to live in a collective house with one of the motherfuckers. They would refer to themselves as Owen. Clearly a white woman, but they want to be non-binary. That was the first time I ever heard some shit like that. I was like, whoa. Oh, we don't conform to gender norms. But you're a white woman. At the end of the day, no matter what you consider yourself,
right,
I'm just gonna see you as a fucking white woman, no matter what you choose to identify as. But them motherfuckers is a fucking trip.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
A lot of them turned out to be a bunch of fucking predators and shit. Just like the motherfuckers that was doing that story time hour.
Oh yeah, in California, and both them motherfuckers had records.
I'm glad they shut that shit down.
Yeah, right out there in Buena Park, California, and then one woman who was against the shit, she went up there and protested, and they told her, well, you might as well leave then, and she said, hell no, the goddamn public library is open to the fucking public, and I'm part of the goddamn public, and this is bullshit.
Right.
They had these confused ass motherfuckers up here influencing these children.
Right. Yeah, I agree, Shabaka. But moving along.
Yes, sir.
To the horrors of the medical apartheid.
Okay.
So the next topic. First of all, yeah, not condolences, but thank God you had the right thing on that day, sister, and he just had a knife and not a gun.
And I hope all the men folk and her family get together and go find this son of a bitch and smash him.
Kent, Washington, that's outside of Seattle.
Yes, sir. I've been through Kent, Washington. That's a farming community.
Okay. Is it racist hillbilly out there?
Pretty much. you know, because the deeper you get into rural Washington, the more, you know,
Washington's pretty damn bad, especially the prison system. Remember we had somebody. Oh no, that was with the. Oh, that was when we did the recommendations. We had met with these cats from Washington, and they was trying to do some. They was trying to change the data collection out there because they said it was so archaic. And back at that time, 2020.
And keep in mind, folks, when they do that data collection,
they shit in like 10, 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah. And keep in mind that data collection, a lot of that shit could be fabricated too. So
And that's why
to
we have a record number of exonerations. Free all our political prisoners.
Yes, sir. It's because a lot of that shit could be fabricated.
Yeah, they can plant stuff. We see it every day. They plant stuff on black
yes, sir.
every damn day and say, it was you. You had it all along. Like, no, you planted that shit.
Right. Yep.
You're complicit with the criminals because y'all are the criminals. So how the hell is it criminal justice? It's criminal injustice.
Oh, absolutely. And then of course too, they had one of these tethers who got convicted, and although it took them a long time as hell to do it, well, she was tampering with DNA and was making it, you know, that the suspects were black, in actuality that they were white. So they got her ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm glad they got her. And then a lot of them shootings that was pointing to Chicago this, Chicago that, right? A lot of them shootings, it's crackers that's doing that shit. They literally have shown over the years on social media that they have whole masks that look like black people.
Yes, sir. I've seen that.
Whole gloves that match black people's hands.
Yes.
And shit like that, like a whole black bodysuits.
Right.
They're the ones that's committing the murders. For the most part, it's not the individual crews. I mean, there's so many crews. You got the folks, you got the goddamn peoples, you got, and there's so much underneath that. GDs, vice lords, gangster disciples, black disciples.
And then I want to put an appeal out there. And I want to put an appeal out there for all the sets from Los Angeles to New York to Philadelphia to Boston to Denver to Chicago to Milwaukee. Gentlemen and ladies, all we got is each other. Okay?
Yeah.
Because
see, the police is complicit in a lot of those murders. Like we just had like two, three, no, more than that. We had like 10 murders last week. And one of them was in our neighborhood where me and Lady Che is from. And now, because it's crackers that have moved in, now it's a problem.
Right.
Prior to the crackers, that was Crip Central. You do not come over there wearing anything other than blue or gray or green. He just does not do it.
Okay. And then, Brother Che, I want to put a shout out there to the memory of Mr. Tony Pico.
Yeah.
Who tried to
That's
form
what Pico Boulevard is named after.
Okay, no, Pico Boulevard was named after a Mexican governor of California.
No, he wasn't Mexican. He was black skin. That was a black man. Pico Boulevard is named after a black man.
Okay, well, hold on a second, brother. I think you're right, because they do have the Pico House there in Los Angeles. You see, this is what's happening to me, getting old, family. You know what I'm saying? Everything is starting to break down. Okay, but a gentleman by the name of Mr. Tony Pico, a brother, after the rebellion in 1992, he was going behind enemy lines to bridge an alliance, you know, to all the
he started the truce. Wasn't he the one that did the 92 truce?
Yes, sir, he did. And it was because of what happened in 1992 and with the Rodney King case and the Latasha Harlins case of why he did this. But unfortunately, Mr. Pico was murdered. So sympathies to his family and what have you, but let his spirit move on that, because we are all we got, black family. You see what I'm saying? Because these motherfuckers are using every goddamn thing to divide us. The legal system, the food shortage, these goddamn
remember the 9 areas of human activity, Shabaka. Every time you mention something like that, remember the 9 areas of human activity.
Yeah, oh yes, sir.
Economics, entertainment,
right,
labor, law,
right,
education. I forgot
Yep.
education, labor, law, politics,
right,
sex, war, and religion, and some say health and nutrition.
yeah, yeah,
Shout out
all
to
that.
Shout out to Nelly Fuller Jr. for the compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, which I have all 3 of his books, including the Word Guide.
Okay. And then also too, I want to give a shout out there, although it's delayed, to the Taste of Soul.
Justice.com.
Yeah, the Taste of Soul celebration that they had in Los Angeles last October. I know it's real delayed.
We gotta get to this next topic, Shabaki.
Yes.
We can make so we were talking about the medical apartheid. So the bias test, meaning the racist bias,
yes, sir.
Racist and white supremacy test, hinders black access to kidney transplants. Reform underway. So what they're basically saying is, if you need a kidney and you're black, you're fucked. You might as well just say you're gonna die, because you're not gonna get it. It don't matter how much money you got. They gonna put you on the list. List. And on that note, black family, do not register as an organ or tissue donor. Do not
never
arrange your career just so they can harvest your organs. And guess where the number one organ harvesting capital of the world is?
Los Angeles.
No.
Denver.
They're in conflict right now. No, not Denver.
Chicago.
Not anywhere in the United States.
Not any. Don't tell me on the continent.
Not particularly, but it is next to the continent.
Okay, wait a minute. Saudi Arabia.
I think a little bit more northwest.
Northwest. Scandinavia.
No,
Sweden.
northwest. Northwest of Saudi Arabia.
Okay, Turkey.
No, that's too far north. Come back down.
Okay, I don't have a map in front of me. Why don't you enlighten me?
Israel, Shabaka. Israel.
Ouch.
That's the organ harvesting capital.
Very, very interesting.
So, getting to this kidney transplant situation. Don't do it, black family. Do not register as an organ tissue donor. They will arrange your murder just so they can harvest your kidney, or your heart, or your lungs, or whatever they want.
Right.
Because our organs are a hot commodity.
Like the melanin.
The melanin, exactly. And it's probably going for like $600 a gram now.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
Prior to the scandemic, plandemic, it was $500 a gram.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, every single year, thousands of people need kidney transplants in this country. Well, they had a racially biased test, and it literally kept thousands of Black men, women, and children from receiving transplants. And after all these decades of using that test, they're finally getting around to changing that. And they're now trying to get the transplants done for Black patients. But look at how long this whole thing has gone on.
Oh my God. There was a book I had read back in college about it. It was called The Medical Apartheid.
Yeah, I
It
heard
was
of it.
by a sister named
I think I got that book
Harriet.
around.
Yeah, Harriet Washington.
Okay, I think I got it around here, Brother Che.
Yeah, it's a heavy book. Real heavy. Speaking of heavy, did you ever finish Goodbye Uncle Tom?
No, sir. What I'm gonna have to do, Brother Chad, I am gonna have to start that over again because, like I said, what I saw, man, when our people arrived here on these shores, man, it thoroughly pissed me off. But I'm gonna have to stomach it, you know, it's because when we do this type of work that we do, is that we have to look over and review material that we may personally find unpleasant. But however, the overall knowledge outweighs, you know, our personal opinion and viewpoints on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, so we'll let Lisa give us the update on this racially biased test that hinders Black access to kidney transplants. Reform of the underway, yeah.
And then you want to know why a lot of people are just looking at this place and saying, you know, judgment is just not coming fast enough for many people. But we know it's definitely coming.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, do you deserve it. So I got a video from NBC News that I want you to listen to, and then I will come back with the rest of my commentary.
When PhD student Jasmine Evans finally got the call that she would receive a kidney transplant in July, she was overjoyed.
I'm getting a whole kidney, so.
Evans was first diagnosed with chronic kidney disease when she was just 17 years old and was put on the transplant list in 2019. She thought she was still years away from being matched with a donor until a letter from her hospital came in the mail last year explaining she should have been added to the transplant list in 2015, 4 years earlier, and that a racially biased test was to blame.
When you got that letter, what went through your mind?
At first, I was outraged, and just the fact that no one really knew that this was something that was going on, it was really jarring and shocking.
Evans is one of thousands of Black patients who have been prioritized for transplants as a result of a national mandate by the Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network, or OPTN. The new rule, which was instituted in 2022, instructs hospitals to stop using a test that overestimated how well Black people's kidneys were functioning.
In the 1990s, there was a big study when the Black participants in this research studies, creatinines and kidney function were looked at. For some reason, they had slightly higher amounts of kidney function for the same level blood test. And instead of investigating sort of why that might be, the conclusion was that it was based on race.
That flawed test, meaning thousands of patients were put on the transplant list years later than they should have been, a potentially deadly wait.
For some people, those extra years waiting actually contribute to their either being too sick to get a transplant or their premature death.
Patients like Evans who were misevaluated have been bumped up on the list, with the average patient getting transplants 1 to 2 years sooner than expected. But for Evans, who calls herself a reluctant kidney advocate, the fight is not over.
What do you believe this represents for thousands of Black patients like you?
I think it represents hope. It represents reconciling in a lot of ways. But I also see that the fight is not over yet. There are thousands of Black Americans that are still waiting for organ donations across the board.
According to Dr. Pavlakis, change takes time. Some labs are still occasionally using the old race-based formula, so doctors need to keep an eye out for their new patients and make sure they're getting the care they deserve, Tom.
That's why we need more Black doctors.
Ladies and gentlemen,
That's
this
exactly
is
why
absolutely
we need more
disgusting.
Black FBA doctors.
Doing something like that to a person that have a life-threatening situation going
Look at a
on
Black doctor and
with
that's
their
saying the
kidneys,
foreigner.
and they need a transplant. Now, this has gone on for so long, it makes me wonder how many of our people lost their lives because of this test and being denied a kidney transplant.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's deliberate. They purposely did
Wow. This is just
genocide.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Like
this
Margaret
system
Sanger.
is.
Yep.
This is how jacked up this system is, y'all. These folks will argue you down
Eugenics. That's right.
that everything in this society is fair. Oh, y'all just race bait and you're trying to be a victim. No, you don't have to try. That's one thing about America. You don't have to try to be a victim in America. Right. That's one thing you don't have to try for at all.
That part.
And this is just further proof that racism is in every single industry across this country.
Yep.
And the only time it upsets them is if you react to it.
Yep.
But they have done absolutely nothing in the last 400 years to shut it all down.
Nope.
They have done nothing to shut it down. But if you talk about it, you are the bad person.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Nobody is a bad person for pointing out the very obvious.
Right.
It is sick to come up with a test for a kidney transplant just to rule out the Black patients from getting one. That's exactly what this test was all about.
Yep.
And make sure the kidneys was very accessible to any non-Black patient. That is pure evil.
Yep.
That's
pretty
pure
much
evil. And it's the medical industry's fault for using that kind of test. And nobody early in the game said, no, we are not going to do this. Right. But you're going to wait decades later to open your mouth and say, oh, well, you know, we're not going to use this anymore. Could it have something to do with this judgment that you're under now? Could it have anything to do with that? I think it does. Y'all were never willing to change any policy for us.
Never.
And you're still not really willing to do it. But that judgment, that's here now.
Yep.
It's here doing this last minute stuff. I'm not impressed. And I don't think anybody in our community should be impressed with what you are attempting to do when it should never have happened in the first place.
Right.
My heart goes out to any of my brothers and sisters out here that are having kidney function problems and you possibly need a transplant, or you tried to get a transplant and you were denied because of the evil folks that put this whole system together, decided to come up with a racially biased test in order to rule out Black patients that were in need of kidneys. May you burn in the deepest part of hell. Y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe.
Yeah, please do the same.
Don't forget to hit on the
and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, this is diabolical. This is evil. Okay, and I'm trying my damnedest, man, not to take this computer and bounce it off the fucking wall. Okay. To quote Oscar Brown Jr., but I was cool. This is diabolical. This is systemic racism. This is a form of medical apartheid. Okay, they want to harvest our organs. They want to harvest our melanin. You know what I'm saying? They want to harvest our knowledge. And this is the problem with racist white supremacy, is because racist white supremacy does not want to be held accountable as an institution. Okay, so we would be out of our fucking minds to sit up here and say, oh, for us to get ahead, we got to integrate. Well,
that was the worst. One of the worst things we could have ever done was integration.
Sir, like Minister Malcolm said, man, over 60 years ago, you had the field Negro and you had the house Negro. You know the rest of the lecture.
Yep.
So what it is, and another thing too, is that we need to quit being apologetic of how we honestly feel. We need to build up our own institutions. And I've argued with some bigoted bastard on Facebook, and I simply told him to check out the interview that Muhammad Ali did with David Frost shortly before Ali departed Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, to go to the Congo for the Rumble in the Jungle. And look how he had owned David Frost. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and the heavyweight champion that said, "Hey, we need our own grocery stores. We need our own educational institutions." You know,
we had all of that. When he was saying that, we had all of that. We had our own bus companies. We had everything.
Oh yes, sir.
Everything that we needed to be our own independent, sovereign nation back then.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then what had happened is that you get these goddamn house Negroes who figure is that the only way for us to advance is to be a carbon copy of our oppressors, and that is ridiculous.
Yep, and that's that Negro chip, the nigga chip.
Oh yeah. And then please, join us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night. Our chat room will be open if Blog Talk decides not to.
Yeah, we want you dumpster supporters to call in. Where the dumpster?
Oh yeah. We need all you orange raccoon dumpster supporters to call in, and let's fucking argue. You see what I'm saying?
Tell us what the hell we should even waste our time with the dump as in human shit.
And we'll make that perfectly clear. To quote another crook.
So yeah, like I said, I read the Medical Apartheid. It's very insightful and painful book to read, but it just lets you know the horrors that our ancestors and us presently are still dealing with this the medical system that's never been meant to heal us or treat us. It's been meant to kill us.
Yes, sir. And then the sad part about it is, and the irony of it, Brother Che, is that the fuck boys out of Europe have went down there to Kemet and stole all our knowledge, on medicine.
And used it for diabolical
purposes.
Inhumane purposes.
Yeah, so therefore, these motherfuckers are in no goddamn moral position to tell us of how
they're not.
Yeah, to tell us how
because they have no morality.
Exactly.
That doesn't factor into the Caucasoid psyche. What they have is, I'm gonna get mine. I'm gonna get over. I'm gonna take as much as I want.
Right.
I don't care who I harm in the process.
Right.
And I'm gonna create a whole system where people that look like me are gonna get free goodies and giveaways for centuries. Shit is coming to an abrupt end.
Oh,
absolutely so. And there's nothing they can do about it. They can try to prolong it as much as they want, but it's the writing's been on the wall. They've already mapped it out when they're going to be the minority in this country. They already the minority worldwide. They have minor birth rate.
Right.
It's only they fighting against time, and we still producing no matter what they do to us. We still having babies, so they can't keep up. They're dying out. And rightfully so. The planet is cleansing itself like any other intelligent being would do.
Right.
Parasite. So
exactly. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, is that planet Earth is a living being. You see what I'm saying? And planet Earth will defend itself. You know?
Gaia don't like what you did. So they was telling a lot of stuff in them cartoons back when I was a kid, like Captain Planet. Gaia don't like what you're doing to it.
Exactly. You say, and any living creature has the means of self-defense, rather if it's spiritually, physically, or mentally. 360. You see what I'm saying? You say,
and as a sentient being, the Earth is going to do what it has to do to survive.
Exactly.
It ain't going nowhere. It's just your Caucasoid pale ass is going somewhere.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Because you're always trying to change everything in nature. Once again, like telling a man to shove ketchup up his ass and says he's menstruating. That is a direct insult to the sanctity, repeat, to the sanctity of womanhood.
Shabaka, when I heard Nelly Fuller Jr. say about 10 years ago that the black woman, the new black vagina was going to be the white man's anus, I flipped my fucking lid like, is he serious? And here we go with this shit. Now there's a whole spectrum, Shabaka. They don't even call it a orientation no more. They say it's a whole spectrum, the gender spectrum, and all this crazy shit. It's just more chaos and confusion on top of chaos and confusion. But redirecting the aim back at where it rightfully needs to be pointed. First, them. This episode on your screen, Les Moonves, was ordered months back to pay $11,250 after interfering with the lapdogs, otherwise known as the LAPD SA investigation. So our good brother Torian Rain Reloaded is going to give us the update on that.
All right.
Shout out to him. He shouted me out recently on one of his podcasts, so it's going to be reciprocated.
Okay.
Long time since I've done a video on Les Moonves. I couldn't even begin to tell you when the last time I talked about him and what it was about. But just know it's been maybe at least 2 years since I've last talked about Les Moonves. But he's back in the news again. And I believe this is probably one of the rare times I've ever done an Operation Protect the White Boy on a person who is more well known. Usually those videos tend to be about people who are not known at all. But I said, let me go ahead and talk about this because it definitely falls into that category. So Les Moonves was fined $11,000 for basically interfering with an investigation that was on him involving the LAPD. And it was a sexual assault investigation, and he interfered with it, and he only had to pay $11,000. Now let's really think about that. This man is practically, most likely, a billionaire, and for what he did, he should have been paying way more than $11,000, and in my honest opinion, should have been facing some jail time. But all he had to pay was $11,000 for tampering with something he was involved in. Most likely perverted things, definitely, because it says it was a sexual assault investigation. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this article coming from the Hollywood Reporter. Les Moonves, the former president and now CEO of CBS, tried to influence now retired LAPD Captain Corey Parker amid a sexual assault investigation against the executive. News documents from the Los Angeles City Ethics Commission found. The legal documents made public on Friday and obtained by NBC4 revealed that Moonves agreed to pay an $11,250 fine on February 5th for violating the city's ethics code by inducing a city official to misuse his position for Moonves' benefit. The Ethics Commission found that Parker, who was the commanding officer of the Hollywood division in 2017, personally gave Moonves confidential information about the sexual assault probe after a former employee filed a report against him in late 2017. Parker met with the CBS executive on November 25th, 2017 at a Westlake Village restaurant to share information according to the ethics investigation. They met for about an hour and discussed the LAPD investigation, the summary read. The meeting was not part of the official investigation by the LAPD. Later in December of that year, they also discussed the investigation over text messages, the Ethics Commission document said. Following Moonves' resignation from CBS in 2018 following sexual assault allegations from multiple women, the ethics investigation determined that Parker sent another message to Moonves saying, "I'm deeply sorry this happened. I will always stand with, by, and pledge my allegiance to you." Moonves had denied all allegations against him, while Paramount stated it had no comment on behalf of CBS. In November 2022, the Los Angeles Police Department said it launched an internal investigation into Parker's involvement in Moonves' case. LAPD Chief Michelle Moore said in a statement at the time, What is most appalling is the alleged breach of trust of a victim
That's
of sexual
LAPD
assault.
Chief
This
Michael
erodes
Moore.
the public trust and is not reflective of our values as an organization. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office also noted that an examination was underway of past cases involving Parker as a witness. Moonves' interactions with the LAPD first surfaced after the New York Attorney General Office issued a November 2022 report detailing how members of his CBS C-suite themselves intervened to save their boss, worried the spiraling crisis would affect a then nascent merger with Viacom. You see all the protections they give each other. I mean, they are giving each other all types of protection for this dude and all of its entities involved.
Who is Matt?
The New York Attorney General secured a $30.5 million settlement from the company, and Moonves from misleading CBS investors about his misconduct and concealing sexual assault allegations against him, among other offenses.
This is Deacon's new page.
And that is the entire article right
All right,
there. I'm not in the least bit surprised by that, but you see what PC men in particular, those who have actual power, who have lots of money, can do and influence people to do. Bill Cosby could never do something like
makes
this.
Sense.
And if it did, they would have made sure that would have made front page news. Now, this article that I'm reading from was dated February 16th, 2024. I'm recording this video on the 23rd, which is basically a week later, or over a week later, if you want to be technical, because many of you probably didn't even know this even occurred.
Hey, Mac 285.
If you didn't hear from me, or maybe someone else who might talk about this before I get this video up. They're trying to keep it low key as possible. Now, this is a guy who is no stranger to controversy. Of course, one of the most infamous ones is how he basically had a hand in blackballing and derailing Janet Jackson's career back in the early 2000s after that Super Bowl incident. Yet Justin Timberlake was able to continue to thrive and flourish, although he was right there on stage with her when that wardrobe malfunction occurred. Yes, she was the one that had to take a back seat in her career, and she basically was at legendary status at that point. She never went to the Grammys ever again since then. It's been 20 years. It's crazy how fast time flies.
Right.
Yep.
And this man was able to continue to flourish and thrive over there while he had all of this going on. He probably had some stuff going on most likely during that time too, but because again, he's covered and he's protected, he was able to thrive in going forward. So what? He stepped down as the CEO. He resigned. Notice it said he resigned, not that he was fired or removed. He resigned, so he was able to still collect a check, and probably, as far as I know, maybe still be collecting a check on the back end.
I'm sure he is.
And now he's basically was coercing someone to basically tamper with evidence involving him again being perverted. Now, you gotta ask yourself a question. Which one weighs more as far as the bigger scandal? Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction at the Super Bowl, or this man being a straight up creep and a repeat offender as far as I'm concerned? And I find it even more interesting that his wife, Julie Chen, ironically added Moonves at the end of her name to show, I guess this was a way to stand by. This was her supposed to be standing in solidarity with her husband at the time, because remember, she was just going by Julie Chen. I didn't even know she was married to this man. We know how she got her job, or jobs, I should say, over at CBS. She didn't have to work hard to get him. She's the boss's wife.
Yep.
But I found it interesting is that when all of that was going on, she tried to throw Camille Cosby under the bus for defending her man, yet she was supposed to be trying, I guess, defend her man, but no one threw her under the bus. Someone should have, in my honest opinion. And you know what's so crazy? With all of this going on, she's still by this man's side. And no one's saying, oh, Julie, you need to leave Les Moonves. This man is bad for you. He's a creep. How dare you stand by his side? You know the same thing that they told Camille Cosby to just leave Bill.
Yeah.
No one told Julie to leave.
Right.
So, like I said, it's a night and day type of deal with this. But as far as Les Moonves goes, I'm not surprised. I am not in the least bit surprised that he did everything right there that article stated, and then some.
Yep.
I'm sure there's some more skeletons in this man's more bones in this man's closet, enough to probably rebuild the damn skeletal system of a T-Rex.
Mm-hmm.
But then got the nerve to try to sit there and judge others. I'm just saying, when you do dirt and you got a lot of dirt on you, you have no room to try to say or throw dirt onto anybody else. Like they say, what is it? Don't throw stones in glass houses. This man practically lives in a china cabinet.
If you're living in
a lot
a
of stones.
glass house, watch out. Watch out, don't throw no stones.
It's not yet shattered. It's barely cracked at this point. And you know what? Just like this story just kind of went under the rug, anything else that comes out about him is going to go right under that same rug, and no one's going to care.
Because he's white.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll tell you about Eddie all day. Or R. Kelly, but they won't mention him.
Right.
He'll never come up with a conversation. This motherfucker, he been getting away with it for longer than Diddy.
Mm-hmm. If Diddley really is the diddler, and like I said, Brother Che, the jury is still out with me, man, on P. Diddy. It's because with him being the biggest movie mogul going, I could see why they would have hatred, but at the same token, I would see why with Diddy having that power would do what he's been accused of. So on the Diddy situation, man, I'm just sitting back watching it unfold until I passed a final judgment on him. But one thing though about Diddy though, Brother Che, when that story broke, that motherfucker did bail.
Yeah, he did.
That motherfucker bailed.
Straight to the Bahamas.
Yeah, he bailed his ass off. You know what I'm saying?
He went to Barbados.
Yeah, that's what Diddy did. You know what I mean? And like I said, you know, I just have to wait for the situation to unfold. But I'm just saying, as Black family, see, this is the reason why we want our own Black everything. To quote Jay Dizzle. Okay, so you know we won't be influenced, you know, with this bacteria of these pedophile, sick ass motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? You know, we are the same bullshit.
To hell with me too. It's first them.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then did you take a look at them broads, man? That was falsely accusing Bill Cosby. I'm wondering if they drugged Bill Cosby to have sex with him.
Right.
You know, if he did that bullshit, but you know, his conviction got overturned, you know what I'm saying?
And rightfully so. It should never happen.
Yeah, right. So I hope Mr. Cosby's family sues the shit out of those accusers and put them motherfuckers in the cardboard box right up there in Hollywood.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So what's your thoughts on this bastard then?
Okay, this bastard is sick. Okay, he is perverse. Okay. He's got so much goddamn money, man, that his mind is dwindling off into the bazaar.
Yeah.
Okay, because I had a family member and I discussed that, you know, years ago.
We begin
you know, about these
Haiti.
super billionaires. You know what I'm saying? They're so corrupt, they're so crooked, is that they quench their thirst on a conventional basis, but then their mind starts going off into the bazaar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Amy Cookman.
Well, fuck Les Moonves. I hope he fucking is right there in a cell right next to fucking Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
Those motherfucking white Hollywood execs.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And then also, too, Brother Che, pull up some information on a sick motherfucker by the name of Roman Polanski.
Oh, yeah, he was sick, too.
Yeah.
That's why it's first them. We're going to keep redirecting the focus back onto them.
Oh, absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
So moving along. We got the situation in Haiti. Now, for those that don't know.
Yeah. And also, too, Dr. Bay. Okay, Dr. Bay, if you're out there, ma'am, you know, please get with us. okay, in regard to Haiti is because New Black Power Radio, they done a couple of situations on the situation in Haiti as it's unfolding.
Yes.
Okay. And from what I understand is that Dr. Bay, is trying to run to be the head of state of Haiti.
Yep.
Okay.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
So the Haitians, shout out to the Haitians, they were the first European colony to gain their independence.
Yes, sir.
The British and the Spanish.
Yeah, and the
all about it.
Yeah. They got them all up out of there, and it was the French with their barbarism, toward Haitian slaves, and our man over there, you know what I'm saying? Toussaint L'Ouverture, Dessalines, you know what I'm saying?
Bookman. Shout out to Bookman.
Yeah, and then there's a sister who is a professor. I forgot her name. Okay, I've seen her, and I'm gonna try to pull her back up. She's the older sister.
Crazy bald heads got to go.
Yeah,
crazy bald heads got to go. We got to run them out of goddamn town.
Yeah, like Bob Marley says, we got to chase those crazy bald heads out of town.
Yes, they got to go.
Yeah, yes, and this isn't hatred, you know what I'm saying, Mac 285. Okay, but we cannot no longer stand here and allow ourselves be abused is because the creator or whatever people's deities is have gave all living creatures a means of self-defense. It gave the panther its fangs and its claws. It gave the dog its canine. Okay. It gave man his fists and his intellect. You see what I'm saying? It gave the elephant, its size, when you piss off an elephant, you know what I'm saying? And then these yassa bosses, like that bald-headed, stymie-looking buck-toothed motherfucker.
Not Uncle Tim Scott.
Yeah. Oh, the racist country by you, the bow, I just love you, bow. Man, I wanted to vomit.
Yeah, that was
what I'm saying?
The way he was,
Yeah, and fuck this,
humans. And we want to make it perfectly clear.
Yeah, to quote another crook of his, or a crooked predecessor of his. You see what I'm saying? And President Obama, you're very, very disappointed in you, sir. You know what I'm saying? Very, very disappointed in you. And you're going to be more worried about
stabilization that Haiti is going through happened under his administration.
Right, and a shout out there to Dr. Truth Babe, has dropped a whole lot of knowledge over there with New Black Power Radio, with Brother Sheikh Amal Akbar, Dr. Truth Babe, and the one and only Black Lightning.
Yes, sir.
And shout out there to Black Lightning, you know what I'm saying? And we definitely appreciate them mentioning us, and quite natural, of course, we're going to mention them, and I do call them on a regular basis, but what it is, Black
we just lost a soldier, Shabaka.
Who is this?
Brother Adrian.
Okay. Enlighten me on Brother Adrian.
Brother Adrian Parker of the New Black Panther Party.
Oh, okay. I've heard the name. Yes, sir. I heard the name. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, and we want to give a shout out there, to the original Black Panther Party and the new Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. Now, on Memorial Day, that'll be coming up soon. Okay, is anybody going to pay tribute, to those soldiers that made the ultimate sacrifice?
That's a good question. Well, especially since Memorial Day was founded by Black people, and for the sole purpose of burying our dead, fallen soldiers.
Well, yeah, and then too, Brother Che, if I sent you that video a few years ago, man, in front of the Alameda County Courthouse, and if you can retrieve it, please put it up there. It's because I'm checking out my YouTube channel as well too, and I got to figure a way how to download some of those episodes, is because they're going to tear them down eventually.
But that's a given. They can put a plug at any time. But it's definitely good to have them in our archives.
Yeah, exactly.
For our records.
Yes, sir. Yeah, without a doubt. You know, so when you get up there in my age group, man, they could still say, well, that's old Shabaka way back there in the early 2020s, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see what I mean? And then, of course, too, now Sarge, and we had a debate with Sarge. Yeah.
Deserted us.
Yeah. Sarge is being charged with desertion, Mac 285. You know what I'm saying? Listen to some of our back episodes of Shabaka's Black Experience in Sands. And as soon as he starts talking, you're going to know exactly who Sarge is. Sarge. You see what I mean? And so Sarge is going to sit up there and try to tell me, because Sister Mama Africa had related, you know, in the early 60s, is that our history is translated generation after generation orally. But however, according to the white man's philosophy, you know, we discovered you, now poof, you exist, which is ridiculous. And then I try to tell Sarge is that, well, man, the best thing to do is write it down. But you see, man, they're always going to doctor it. You see what I'm saying? They're going to take out what they want, put in bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So the
Remember, they burned down whole libraries of ours.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just like the barbarian, okay? The fuck boy Alexander the Barbarian. You know, he burned down Cleo's libraries. And then on top of it as well, too, you know, and I'm going to keep saying this, is that when Mansa Musa, before he sent his brother abroad, okay, or his brother had went abroad and then he had turned over the empire to Mansa Musa, and Mansa Musa is checking his intelligence reports and what have you. He says, okay, we're being invaded. So the first thing he does is he goes there, he tells the queen, hey, you got to come with me out in the field. And Her Majesty stated, well, you know, I'm the queen. Why do I have to go out with you? And I'm going to keep saying this is because he says, I'd much rather die with you by my side than to die out in the field and let you be overrun and raped by these savages, disease-infected, homosexual, pedophile motherfuckers. They say, oh, but that's hatred. You know, people, guess what? Inclusion is an illusion. Look through the goddamn smoke screen. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Resurrection of the mental dead.
Just like don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe when the white-owned media tells you Haiti is being run over by gangs.
Yeah, exactly.
Barbecue. He's really barbecuing people and eating them. No.
That's bullshit. Now, get this here. The most notorious gang, ladies and gentlemen, to me, in the city of Los Angeles, is the Los Angeles Police Department.
Any of the police departments.
Exactly.
The biggest gang in the whole wide world
is the police department. And keep in mind, they are not law enforcement agencies. They are not duly elected by the people. They are policy informers. Look at the goddamn word. Police. Policy enforcer.
Then what are they enforcing, Shabaka?
What they're told. Just
racism,
like I mean,
white supremacy.
Yes,
they
sir.
Are the enforcement wing of the wicked ass bird known as racism, white supremacy.
Yes, sir. And they evolved from the slave patrollers.
Yep.
You see?
So Amy Goodman, who's been around for like 40 years.
Yeah, I remember when her hair was black before it went gray.
Yeah, let's you do, Shabaka. So she's gonna give us whoever her guests are gonna give us an update on what's happening in Haiti. The Haitians Resist Foreign Intervention. Great news. As U.S. pushes for unelected transition council. So they're trying to put a puppet council in the place of the ousted, and rightfully so, Western puppet.
Right.
So they're going to give us an update on this.
Where deadly violence continues between armed groups and police in Port-au-Prince. On Tuesday, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk deplored what he called the unprecedented scale of rights abuses in Haiti.
It was a white supremacist channel.
There has been a shocking rise in killings and kidnappings. Sexual violence, particularly targeting women and young girls, is pervasive and very likely to have reached levels not seen before. As the number of people internally displaced rises, over 360,000 now, according to IOM, so too does a further risk of sexual violence as people find themselves away from their homes and their communities. The scale of human rights abuses is unprecedented in modern Haitian history, inflicting a humanitarian catastrophe on an already exhausted people.
The spiraling political turmoil in Haiti appears to have no end in sight. Recently resigned Prime Minister Ariel Henry, who remains locked out of Haiti by armed groups, raised questions this week over the constitutionality of a transitional council, which is being formed to serve as an interim governing body until elections are scheduled. This comes as Canadian forces have been sent to Jamaica to train troops from Jamaica, Belize, and the Bahamas to join the UN-authorized mission to Haiti, led by Kenya. Last week, the UN human rights chief called for an arms embargo on Haiti, calling the situation there cataclysmic. The majority of guns pouring into Haiti are smuggled in from Florida and other parts of the United States. For more, we're joined by two guests. Here in New York, Kim Ives is with us, the editor of the English language section of the weekly Haiti Liberté, where he's also co-directed the documentary series Another Vision. And in Vancouver, Canada, Jemima Pierre is a Haitian-American scholar, professor at the Social Justice Institute at the University of British Columbia in Canada, and research associate at the University of Johannesburg. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! Professor Pierre, let's begin with you. Can you just lay out overall the situation at this point in Haiti, with a resigned president not able to come back into Haiti? He's condemning a transitional panel to rule Haiti, and this Caribbean group led by Kenya training to move in so-called UN peacekeepers.
I have nothing, and nothing is plenty for me.
Good morning, Amy. Thanks for having me back. What's going on in Haiti are a number of armed groups at first coming together to say that they were working together as an informal coalition, but the violence has been primarily in the Port-au-Prince area, and I have to stress that because the Western media is presenting this as a countrywide civil war and so on, but there are some violence on outside of Port-au-Prince, but the majority of the violence, the gun shooting is actually in the Port-au-Prince area, primarily in the popular neighborhoods and around there, and especially now where you have some of these groups trying to take over parts, trying to have battles with the police. So that's the first. The second thing that we have to talk about then is this supposed presidential council that the U.S. is putting together using CARICOM as the front-facing party. CARICOM is the Caribbean communities, using CARICOM as the front-facing party to basically say that they have a supposedly Haitian-led solution for a transition in Haiti. The problem with that so-called Haitian-led solution is that it's the U.S., France, and Canada, which, as we've known before, are the major forces that have destabilized Haiti, at least in the past 20 years. They're the ones leading the discussion, U.S., France, Canada, Brazil, leading the discussion along with the Caribbean community. But as we said before, there needs to be, for the Haitian participation, they have to agree for multinational security force to come in. Basically, in order to participate in this conversation, you have to be okay with a foreign invasion, which itself is a problem, and basically tells us that the U.S. is controlling the situation. Now this foreign military force, people will have to remember that it is not a UN force. It's UN sanctioned, which is surprising, right? But it is a force that is coming in with absolutely, it's not even clear what its mandate is. There's a 33-page document that talks about the security force, but we don't know what the rules of engagement will be. How will we prosecute the inevitable war crimes that I think will happen when you have foreigners coming in and shooting at a population. But the other thing is Canada is training Jamaicans, Bahamians to come in for as if they're coming into a war zone, and that itself bodes
to have black people kill black people.
For people in Haiti. And so I think this is a terrible situation in the sense that what's happening in Port-au-Prince is a result of guns being brought into the country from the U.S., Dominican Republic, and Jamaica. But the other thing is that whatever solution that the U.S. is having is a completely inadequate and unconstitutional and illegal solution. And even the military force that the U.S. is trying to bring in, we have to remember they tried to get Brazil to lead it, Canada to lead it. They all said no. That force itself is not constitutional because it was asked by an illegitimate government, Ariel Henry, from 2022. So it's a terrible situation. But I think the idea that there's a Haitian-led solution coming is actually a false one and one that is misleading.
Mm-hmm. And Professor Pierre, I wanted to ask you about this transitional council. It's supposedly been meeting now for several weeks, and nothing seems to have come out of it. How is even the decision making of this council? Is that transparent? Is it by vote, by consensus? And could you talk a little bit more about the council?
Well, we don't know much about the council, and it's not transparent. These are supposedly negotiations happening between CARICOM and especially the Guyanese president, who has been very belligerent about these members of this community, the Haitians that they've chosen to participate in this discussion, that they have to agree to this multinational mission. Apparently, they came up with this. Members of the council have been chosen. Some people dropped out in terms of leadership. The council is made up of supposedly people chosen by the U.S., members of the political class, the old political class that people really don't want to have anything to do with, but key members of that. And there's infighting amongst them. But recently, just I think a few days ago, the president of Guyana sent a letter to Ariel Henry to get his permission to ratify this transitional council, which itself should tell us everything we need to know. The fact that this ousted, illegal, illegitimate prime minister has to have a say in this transitional council. So I'm not sure, at first they were saying that they were giving them 48 hours to come up with a council to allow this transition. And the U.S. thinks it needs this council in order to make it seem like a military force coming into Haiti is legitimate. But I'm not sure how far we're going to get with that because I think for Haitian people, this is a completely obscure process that leaves regular people out of the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like to bring in Kim Ives of Haiti Liberté. Kim, you recently helped an American YouTube personality there, Addison Pierre Malouf, who was kidnapped, obtain his release. Could you talk about what happened there and your sense of what's going on in Haiti?
Yes, Juan, this was a YouTuber who went down and thought he was just going to drive from Cape Haitian, where he'd flown into, down to Port-au-Prince and interview Jimmy Cherizier, known as Barbecue. And he was kidnapped along the way. He spent 17 days in jail. He paid some ransom, or his family paid some ransom, friends. And once they paid, they weren't released. The kidnappers wanted more. And that's when they published the thing last Friday. Dan Cohen, the co-director of Another Vision, and myself saw this come up on the radar and immediately called Cherizier and said, "What's going on? I thought you guys were stopping, you were going to shut down the kidnappers." And he said, "Let me get on it." And a few days later, he managed to convince or pressure L'Amour Saint-Jour, the kidnapper, to release Your Fellow Arab, as this YouTuber is called. And so, yeah, it was, I could say, a victory for the Vivre Ensemble coalition that Cherizier has put together, which is basically his anti-crime groups versus the former criminal groups, which are supposed to be dropping it, but as we can see, they're still doing some kidnapping.
Can you talk more about, go ahead, Juan.
No, I was just going to ask him about this issue of what we hear in the media is that these are all criminal gangs that are operating, but you have a different perspective on that. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the distinctions that you've tried to make with some of these gang groups or these paramilitary groups, really.
Sure, completely. This is a revolutionary process we're watching unfold in Haiti. These are basically armed neighborhood committees. Some of them have gone down a criminal road, others are fighting against the criminals. And as a result, the U.S. is afraid of this because the anti-criminal groups led by Cherizier have a revolutionary agenda. They want to change the system in Haiti. They want to overthrow it. And the U.S. flagged him as a danger early on. We have been looking into him carefully over the past 4 years and seen that he's the genuine article as far as we can see. And they're trying to always demonize the Haitian people. They did this a century ago in 1915 when Charlemagne Perrault organized what were at that time also considered bandits, the Cacos, who had been sort of rural ruffians who would ride into Port-au-Prince and overthrow a government and that sort of thing. But he forged them into a guerrilla force which fought the U.S. Marine occupation of 1915 that landed, was in the country till 1934. And they were all called bandits. So they always have to demonize, criminalize the people's resistance. And that's what we're seeing today when they tried to put all the armed groups of the Haiti's popular classes into one bag called the gangs.
Kim, I wanted to go to a documentary series you did in 2022 called Another Vision, and that tells the story of Barbecue, of Jimmy Cherizier and the revolutionary forces of the G9 family and allies. Let's go to a clip.
You're sick, Dad? What do you have? You have pain? Pain in your leg?
I can't even stand up.
You can't stand up? Did you go to the hospital? Why didn't you go to the hospital?
I have no money. I have nothing.
You have no money to go to the hospital?
No.
Okay. I'm going to finish doing this video to show the entire world the conditions you are living in. This is a person, a Haitian born and raised nappy hair, a child of Dessalines, same as me. Where a group of men have taken the country hostage and joined with a bunch of politicians, and they've reduced the people to the misery they are living in today.
So that's Barbecue, Jimmy Cherizier, talking to a man in a flooded out area, very poor neighborhood. Talk about why he got the name Barbecue and what you see happening right now. As Professor Pierre was saying, why is Ariel Henry even weighing in now? Hadn't he resigned? And it was Cherizier who demanded, along with the other armed groups, that he not come back and that he did resign.
Yeah, well, Cherizier is the one responsible for keeping Ariel out after finally getting Ariel out of power, as almost all of Haiti had been demanding over the past 3 years. Essentially, just to go to your first question, he got the name Barbecue because in his neighborhood growing up, there were 3 Jimmys, and they would give each one the nickname of what their parent did, and his mom sold barbecued meat, so he became Jimmy Barbecue. But this has been spun by the disinformation agents to be that he burns people alive and this sort of thing. They've been trying to demonize him all along. But this uprising is basically threatening this political class. The U.S. was using Ariel Henry, and they were holding on to him too long. It's hard to shift horses when you're galloping down the road towards disaster, and so they were loath to leave Ariel until they absolutely had to. And finally, that came on February 29th when Cherizier more or less put together all the armed groups of Port-au-Prince, even the criminal groups that he's been fighting for 4 years, and basically said you cannot land at the airports. And the people in Okap, which was the only other airport where Ariel could have landed, also organized to block his plane landing there. So he was out. The U.S. had to shift, but they created this seven-headed monster, which everybody's shocked at, and all its members have discredited themselves, completely disgraced themselves.
This
transitional council, because they had to agree to a foreign military intervention. Now, Haiti just finished with a foreign military intervention only 5 years ago. In 2019 was the end of the MINUSTAH, which followed on the MINUSTAH, 13 years of MINUSTAH. So you had 15
UN peacekeeping forces.
Right. The first, after Aristide was overthrown by the U.S., the U.S. installed the MINUSTAH, which was, again, a cheaper priced military force to occupy Haiti for 13 years, from 2004 to 2017. And then from 2017 to 19, they had a sort of wind down force called the MINUSTAH. So 2019 is when MINUSTAH left. And here we are 4 years later, back in the same problem. This is not a problem that can be solved with military force. This is a socioeconomic problem, as Cherizier is always saying. People need to eat. They need schools, hospitals, roads, sanitation, electricity, internet. They need the basics of life. And this is what he has been fighting for. And this is, you know, the essence of any of these revolutions, which we've seen throughout history. I mean, the Bolsheviks had their revolution on the basis of land, peace, and bread. So the people are demanding change. And right now, this political class, which basically the oligarchy was using the criminal gangs to attack Cherizier. They've been fighting for the past 4 years. Now, Cherizier has taken them, or tried to take them, into some kind of alliance. We'll see how long it lasts. It's a little bit, you have to think like Mao Zedong with Chiang Kai-shek in the early 40s to drive out the Japanese from China. He had to ally with some of his bitterest enemies, but they succeeded. So we'll see how far the Vivre Ensemble coalition gets. It's going to be a messy process, as revolutions always are.
Professor Pierre, I'd like to get your take on the situation and also the Kim Ives analysis that some of these armed groups have revolutionary potential or attempting a revolution.
Well, the truth is, well, not the truth, but part of my the reality is a lot of people I haven't seen that. So part of it is a controversial take from Kim, who I respect. I do think I'm actually a lot more agnostic about what's going on in terms of these armed groups and what they will end up doing at this in the future. But at this point, a lot of people in the popular neighborhoods and so on and so forth see these armed groups as the groups that have really impacted their lives in the poor neighborhoods, and they see them as people who are getting arms and money from the oligarch, from the political elite, and so they don't necessarily make that distinction. And so, you know, so my point of view is that you know, if this is a revolution, we're waiting for it to actually come to fruition. But in the meantime, what's happening are a lot of people that are being displaced and that are seeing that their biggest foe are these armed groups, that a lot of them mix together as one, because what they see, you know, what they feel are bullets, what they hear are bullets, and what they see is they're living in a space where there's a lot of violence and a lot of pain. And so then if there's a revolution, there needs to be a particular kind of ideology that takes over the country, and that remains to be seen.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this?
What a mess, man. And once again, man, you know, it's the, in my opinion, it's the U.S., the French in there doing the same shit again. You know, it's and they blowing smoke up everybody's ass, man. You know what I'm saying? And what it is that they don't want no black independent state to have any type of economical power. You see? So therefore, rather if it's the dump as in human shit, or
And
is
we
it
want to make that perfectly clear.
Oh, absolutely. And then rather if it's Biden, you know, who shits on himself, you know, he needs to change his diapers, man. It's a lose-lose situation, man, for black people's interests. Period. Period. It's a lose-lose situation for black people's independence. But however, on that, I would say that we would need to reach out to Dr. Truth Bay to see what she has to say about it on it as well too, is because she's from Haiti, you know, has lineage to Haiti, and from what I understand with Dr. Bay, is that she was is going to get involved in the politics of Haiti, and we wish Dr. Bay well, and we're going to try to invite Dr. Bay on tomorrow as possible to, if her schedule permits, is because we're talking about the dump as in human shit tomorrow and the horror of
we want all you dumpster supporters to call in. Dumpsters, where you at?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want you to come and defend your boy.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And you dumpsters, when you call in, as long as you're respectful, you will be respected. And 3 things that we are not going to tolerate. The first one is cussing out our staff.
Right.
Here at Front Line Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. The second thing is you're not going to sit up here and come to us with this illusion of inclusion. Okay. Huh? And then on top of it as well too, you know, and then from there we'll let it, you know, carry on as it will, you know, and let the water flow down the hill as it will on it. But based on what I'm seeing, wants to fuck again, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got these puppet masters, you see what I'm saying? Rather if it's the French, rather if it's the US, rather if it's a combination of them both, you see what I'm saying? And let Haiti, you know, go on and do what it does. And keep in mind, when they had slavery there, the main crop in Haiti was the sugar cane. You see what I'm saying? And then the sugar cane is where you get a lot of those people who participated, you know, in the brawl in Montgomery, Alabama, you know, last summer. I.W. Harper, Jack Daniels, smearing off.
August 5th, August 2023.
Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. So it has come to the time, Black family, where, you know, we have got to do for ourselves in this world, you know, before they kill this planet, you see. And they all hate us. You see what I'm saying? They all hate us. And that's a fact. So on that note right there, Brother Che, you know, we're going to reach out to Dr. Bay tomorrow, you know, as the hours go down. We're going to reach out to the Outlaws as well, too. We're definitely going to reach out to Sheikh Imam Akbar and Black Lightning and what have you. And that there's going to be one of the things we're going to talk about. Also, too, ladies and gentlemen, fuck Facebook. Let's support this brother over at blackspeak.com. That's B as in boy, L as in land. A as...
Hold on. It's in the comments, so I can pull it back up.
Oh, okay, yeah. And then and what we should do is leave Fuckerberg in mass. That's the only way we're going to help them. That's the only way we're going to hurt them. Yeah, exactly. That's the only way we're going to hurt them. We got to do it in mass. And then when we leave in mass, in about 3 or 4 days after that, then you'll watch his goddamn stock tumble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
you'll watch his stock tumble, talking about this meta universe and all this old type of shit, then going up there on our like page, letting people put shit up there, you know what I'm saying, who don't reciprocate sharing our links, you know what I'm saying, and we're going to turn the tide on that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you ain't supporting us, ain't no fucking way in hell that we're going to support you. We can't do it no more. We got 3 fucking platforms going on, and we're taking on water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yet, everybody wants to come put their shit up on our wall. You know what I'm saying? And
Lady
all
J
that.
just arisen, y'all. Should be joining us for sure. Put the camera back on.
Hey, Lady J.
Sorry, everybody. I'm gonna say, Shabaka, I'll just interrupt you for 2 seconds. Everybody, I got the internet back on.
Yep. Great news. Great news.
Yeah, great news. Great news. Great news.
So,
great news. Great news. And
hold on,
yes,
Shabaka.
ma'am.
Hold on 1 second, Shabaka, please. Okay, 1 second. I'll be really quick. Y'all know I'm suffering. When I was a little girl, I had the side of my face broken when I went into the system. This whole side of my face, right? I took I took 51 hits on this side of the face. So my eye popped out and its bone and everything was broken. It took a long time to heal. And when I went into the system, I say that my life changed then. I didn't know a lot of things that I know now. When I went into the system, I didn't know that I had a different pedigree. I didn't know that I had a different father. I didn't know a lot of things. I didn't know my mother was really racist. I didn't know, that I didn't belong to the family that I was born into. I didn't know I was a whole half a different race. I didn't know a lot of things. All I know is that they took me away. I couldn't go back home for a lot of reasons, and one of them happened to be because I didn't belong there, like all the way, and the man that raised me wasn't really my father. I didn't know that. Anyway, I took all these hits and my face on this side was broken. It took a long time. It took a big old sister to put me together with a cotton ball of molasses and sugar, tape so my eyeball could stick back in. Well, all of a sudden, and it was painful. This eye caused a lot of pain. And it was lazy for a long time. Like, remember how Leah had a lazy eye? Right? So now the patch came off. When that patch came off, for a long time it looked like a pirate, but then it was like, okay, then you got a lazy ass eye. Well, it took a long time to make my eye not look lazy. But this time, this last month or so, this eye causes a lot of problems. So you're gonna see me wearing sunglasses more because I can't take my eye is leaky worse than ever. But it's really bad. I don't know what happened, but this eye is giving me some problems. And doesn't matter, I can't see shit, like, I can't see anything. So I'm having like Ray Charles moments now, And it's okay. I practiced for being blind when I was a little girl. I thought I was gonna be blind my whole life, right? However, just recently, though, as of like 2 days, like it'll be really dark here just in case it looks really dark. He got away with it today because I fell asleep, right? But he'll come in and I'll pass out because the pain it takes to work this face, to work my eyes, it takes a lot of energy. And so this eye right here is like almost closed, completely shut right now. And I can still feel like it's burning and throbbing and there's nothing going on, you know what I mean? And so you ever see that? That's a real serious thing. You ever see me looking at stuff like this? Like trying to read the computer?
Yeah.
I already had a problem. My computer is like literally 2 steps away. I can't even see my computer right. So I'm just gonna sit here and until we make some real adjustments. It's gonna be kind of hard. It's gonna be hard because there's really no way to fix it. It's not about the vision. It's about my eye feel like it's gonna pop out like it used to. And I haven't taken. It's not like I took any trauma. So there's no reason for it, right?
Right.
So I haven't been in an accident. Nobody hit me. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like my face is clear. You saw it was on yesterday. I was laughing about Black Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
My face is clear. Nobody hit. Nobody will ever hit me.
Right.
Right. Those days are fucking over. But I took a lot of fucking trauma when up until the time me and Jesse got back together.
Yeah.
I took a lot of trauma to my face, and I was surprised I still had one. Right. So nobody ever forgave me again. But it's caused me like I feel like it's gonna fall out again, like right in my hand like it used to when I was little. So I just want to let you guys know that that's what's happening. Aside from that, I got the fucking internet back on, fellas, without the fellas' help. I have to say that. Okay? I have to say that I got it all without the fellas' help, and I did it all by myself as usual. So I was just like, the genius is back on. Yep. Good news, great news, great news, great news.
Yes, it is great news. So, what are your thoughts on this topic that we just finished up?
What topic? Which one?
Which one was?
That's great news.
Yeah, Chewbacca is good news.
Haiti.
Haiti. Oh shit! Keep your hands off motherfucking Haiti. And everybody should really take note about Haiti. While people are talking about their fleeing, but he left nowhere. Like this is as of last week or the week before when I could watch it. I saw an interview with Barbecue, and he was interviewing. I think I want to say it was like a PBS or maybe a Vice one. He's talking with an old white man as a journalist. Everybody, the videos I had seen, all these white people come over there with vests on, and security. It'd be like journalists, right? Big old vests. That's who they are. This white man, he can tell. This old ass white man, he can tell how comfortable he was. He was wearing a very loose, long sleeve black shirt, and he had no identified markers, not a fucking badge, nothing like that. It was just a very loose, long sleeve shirt. He was walking around. He didn't even have his mask on his face. Like he had one of those like bandana things. He didn't have nothing on his face. Old ass white man giving a tour, and he's showing that that he's talking with Barbecue. They're having a discussion. Barbecue saying, I might be willing to do such and such, but he got a whole group of fucking brothers sitting behind him. Nobody got a weapon in their hand. They look dangerous as fuck if you really were scared of. You were scared of brothers, like you were scared of dark black men. Like that. I don't say it like that because people are stupid, and they are. Everybody should be fucking afraid, of fucking people that you have allowed. You left when they needed you.
Abandoned.
You've abandoned them. So you should be fucking afraid when they fucking get a hold of you. Fucking abandon them. America has abandoned them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But these brothers sit there listening to Barbecue speak, and he's not cursing. He's just talking. He's not talking loud. He's not animated. You know what I mean? He's just sitting there having a discussion with this old white man, right? About what he might be willing to discuss if peace talks were to arise, but what he wants for his people will do. There's like 10 brothers sitting behind him, listening like this. Casual, loose. Their arms are loose. They're just loose. They're chilling. They're like engrossed in what the man is saying, right? And I was like, so there right there off top. If that man could feel safe as one white man in a room amongst what everybody's calling killers, not people defending themselves or trying to protect their people or fighting for whatever, right? What everybody would say, he's a fucking killer, right? If that man can be relaxed amongst the whole room, and the Barbecue just walk off and be like, hey, just get this motherfucker. Just you get this motherfucker. Walk off over here, right? He didn't do none of that. The old white man's taking a little tour of the little area where they hang out, and he sees the men feeding people, children and women.
Yeah.
You know, giving them food, water. Like, here's a meal for right now. Here's a box, here's a plate, here's some water. Little kids happy, thank you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And French is the French, right? Like French is, you know, thank you, walking around, and whatever, walking off, just gone. Women are comfortable. They're not afraid to go and grab a plate for their children. You know what I mean? So it was like, and I'm watching that part, right? I'm watching that part, I'm like, these motherfuckers got it all wrong. Same time I'm watching fucking Ron DeSantis talk about Haitians are coming by the boatload.
Yeah.
He's panicking. He's like, we gotta sign this in effect. Fuck that. He said they're coming over here in boats. They're just coming over. He said Haitians, but the way he said Haitians was with so much vitriol, so much fear, and the whole time this is going on, it's like an interview, it's like premiering, right?
Yeah.
You can see these motherfuckers over there just chopping it up. Nobody has came over. A lot of motherfuckers are like, it's gang war. Woo woo woo. I'm watching on TV. I'm like, what we haven't noticed is that what we haven't taken notice, and everybody should take notice. Let this be a fucking example. Haiti, as usual, amongst certain other countries, stand their ground. I'm fucking rushing over here. You know what I mean? They left like that. The motherfuckers that came over and they showed on the news, people that came over from Haiti, are fucking white folk or journalists or some shit like that. And there's only been a handful of them. Going out, oh yeah, we made it out of Haiti. Me and the wife, I get to go home. And they're white folk or they're light like me. They're not if they are Haitian, of Haitian descent, they live here in the United States and speak very eloquently, full fucking English.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're like, oh my God, I never thought I'd get out of the airport. God, man, no. And so I was looking at it like, you know, Ron DeSantis is probably lying like a motherfucker. Because even at the border, before all that shit really broke out, the border was like, we saw 2 Haitians. 2! Oh my God.
Round them up.
2 fucking brothers from Haiti. 2. And your fucking life is disturbed. God damn it, you know the United States fucked up. When only 2 fucking men can cause so much disturbance. Yet, you're letting in every other motherfucking South American, fucking Central American, every fucking criminal. Chinese, Asians, Russians, Europeans have been coming over for a long time. You got all this shit going on. Exactly. Coming in mass, and then you got the audacity to even with Africa, you're like, we got a whole bunch of African men here.
Got a whole bunch
and
of
it's not
Cameroons.
as angry as when you speak about Haiti.
Nope.
It's like, you just take notice, about 10 here, 16 here, right? But not as angry as when you speak about Haiti. And so you know it's a real fucking problem. But Haiti's like, fuck you, man, we ain't going nowhere.
Right.
We'll burn this bitch down.
Yep.
We'll fuck everything up. We are gonna take it back. This us, this other, whatever the fuck. Fuck this, fuck that. I'm taking it back. We're fighting. You're fighting.
Yep.
Right. They're burning shit up. It's a conflict out there. It's all this extra shit, right? But ain't nobody left. And so the problem. So my thing is this: we should take notice, family, because even us FBAs, we get in certain platforms. And we had little discussions about the Caribbean and fucking, all this vitriol they have. But we never really talk about, Haitians, because Haitians are always the fucking
Haitians
example.
are riders.
Haitians are the example, and they've been left fucking as usual behind. And it's like, shame on us, right? Because we know, right? And that's the fucking example. You think we had more Haitians over here? Do you think that we'd be in so much fucking conflict in the United States, that we would be more prepared if we fucking treated them better and were a little bit more respectful and actually acknowledge them and fucking show them respect? Do you think that that if we asked them, they wouldn't want to help us if we asked them and not expected them to? You feel me? And not demanded, but asked them, and they have to say, "No, well, where the fuck are y'all?"
Right.
And we eat that. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a point we're gonna have to come to grips with, if there was a global situation,
Mm-hmm.
and it had to be us, meaning all black people,
Yeah.
The African, fucking Caribbean diaspora, whatever you want to call it, we had to get together. We were knowing that we're gonna have to stop being fucking, picky and choosy. At the end of the day, if something was to happen, and it's us against
The
whites.
whites.
You know what I mean? Or us against the Europeans, or us against whatever. And we actually had to we actually needed to, we might want to think about how we fucking treat them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And show them a little decency. We can respect all their fucking revolutions and everything they fucking did. But right now, we've abandoned them.
Mm-hmm.
We've abandoned them. We abandoned them when we thought it was chattel slavery when they were at the fucking border. And they were fucking getting it on the horses.
Yep.
We made a little scene, but when it came down to it, we left them behind. We let them get deported.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? And they were like, please.
Those of y'all that voted for sleepy Jim Crow Biden.
You know what I mean? They were on the bed. All those pictures, they weren't us. It was them.
Mm-hmm.
They were like looking like, it was like, I swear to God, chattel slavery pictures.
Yep.
The fucking
and then the moms lied and said they didn't do it.
And they lied and said they didn't do it. We left them. We let them get deported. They weren't sitting in seats. I bet you they were fucking asshole deep in that fucking place.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get them out of here quick enough.
Nope.
And now they panic because they're back, because they come over one little by little.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucking Haitians don't forget.
Nope.
Why would they?
Right.
Why? How could we even ask them to? How could we just say, yeah.
And they're suing the Biden administration.
You know what I mean? And these motherfuckers like, fuck it. Let's stay here and destroy this shit till we can rebuild it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
We covered that in our third season.
Yeah.
So go back and check that out.
So, yeah. I feel like, fuck, man, you gotta show some fucking respect. And not only that, but we don't ever send them aid. Mm-hmm. We don't do nothing for them. Where we'll do fucking for other fucking countries, including support both ends of a motherfucking war, but we can't ever fucking help them. That is what's wrong with them. And they need it.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody deserved fucking asylum and fucking rescue,
it's the Haitians.
It's the motherfucking Haitians. Currently.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't have to agree. You don't have to agree with me. That's how I feel. And I'm a poor motherfucker, but that's how I feel. You know what I mean? I have nothing. I feel like they deserve fucking aid and fucking resolve. And fucking not even, if you don't want to leave, just drop some fucking aid. You know what I mean? Drop some fucking aid. So the fucking women and children and the fucking men who are defending the women and children of other men and other fucking shit can eat, bathe, and live a little bit.
That aid comes with stipulations.
Yeah, that shouldn't come. Yeah, but they should get it. If they don't give aid, they don't give stipulations to other countries.
No, but they don't treat other countries like they treat Haiti.
No, that's the problem. That's the problem, and that's what I feel like. Haitians have all the right to fucking come to like that, to be here, right? They have every right, but here we are questioning why they're here, versus why these motherfucking Venezuelan, Salvadorian. And I say fucking. I didn't really mean it like that. I mean like the ones that are destroying shit.
Yeah.
The ones that are breaking into apartments and terrorizing women, kidnapping women, and fucking off shit, and having their children. Look, man, the day you got little girls, 10 or 11, and you got them creeping around the homeless blocks, the encampments where the homeless are at, the ones that everybody says is so fucking crazy, everybody's on drugs, everybody needs to be locked up. You let your little girls run 3-4 blocks over there, and you don't give a fuck about them.
They don't give a fuck about them.
And something bad happens,
and they homeless.
You ain't got nothing to fucking complain about. And I told everybody, don't believe the hype. I was outside for a long fucking time. And ain't nobody really want to work a job. They did. It was a little day labor. It wasn't like this big old force. This narrative that was going on. Where people are like, well, it's just how we want to work. And then you got Asians and everybody else saying, they are single men. But
single military age men.
Yeah. I mean, really, does anybody really want to, let's ask ourselves, does anybody want to join our military?
Nope.
Right. But they're gonna get everything. They're gonna get everything because that's the way it is. Or what are we gonna do about it? What can we do about it? What are our options? Have we even explored those options? And in reality, us as FBA, what the fuck do we really want to do about it? Because if you think about it, FBA's have been fucking defending and fighting every motherfucking war.
Every
Fucking war. Regardless. It is a force on us. Do we want to just sit back and say, fuck you, handle your own business? We're chilling.
It's hands off Haiti. It's hands off Haiti.
You know what I mean? But hands off fucking Haiti. Leave fucking Haiti alone. They're not bothering us. You should throw some motherfucking aid boxes their way. Like airdrop them some aid. Throw some motherfucking help or their direction. Offer a fucking route and a fucking way for them to come here like everybody else can. Don't close off.
Make them DACA recipients.
You know what I mean? They need that, but you let these motherfuckers go 4 months walking with their fucking children and to come over here to fucking manipulate us, get all the freebies, like they said, all the freebies that our own fucking people cannot have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to speak on our people, like black people here in the United States from the soil. They're still debtors jail.
Yep.
You know what I mean? For black people.
Mm-hmm.
They still got black people being rented out as motherfucking slaves to pay the fucking white man back their money. That's double reparations in my motherfucking mind.
Right.
You know what I mean? If a black person got a little debt and you put them in fucking prison, first of all, you owe them that money. They wouldn't have that motherfucking debt if you would have paid your reparations.
Right. Now, that amount is what again, Shabaka?
It's a grip, according to Shabaka and Jenny.
I think Shabaka done passed out on us.
He's not.
He's muted. $750 trillion.
Yeah, it's like $1 gazillion, but however, it's owed. And one way or the other, everybody owes black people over and over and over and over and over again. It's all that matters. It's all you need to know. Everybody owes black people. Whether you sue your colonizer, whether you sue the United States, whether the United States sues every motherfucking country and continent, like 2 or 3 times, it's owed regardless. They'll never get out of debt. Pretty soon, you really think about it, it'd be like that Black Dynamite commercial, that Black Dynamite cartoon, where they had all the white people up on the chest, right? And they're whipping them and shit. You know what I'm saying? One day it's gonna be just like that. Watch, because they all owe, and so don't believe the hype. Don't let them talk down to you no more. It's a wrap. Those days are motherfucking over, and they're gonna stay over.
It's a new day on a plantation, and let the solar eclipse be the inspiration, like it was for Nat Turner in 1831. So moving along, we're definitely getting real tight on time.
Yeah. I'm really sick. Fell asleep that long?
Yeah.
You just got.
Oh,
I laughed.
12:37.
Yeah, Mr. Sandman is creeping in on Shabaka.
You just always.
Yeah, and then we got to do Shabaka's Black
Experience. Is close to home. Denver, what's happening in Denver with the illegals and the unhoused? And what the Johnson's doing with his money. With his house and whatever.
Okay, here's one. Lisa Cabrera said, I want to say that is where these motherfucking politicians are going to sit up there and tell the people to invite the migrants into their homes.
Yeah, they were defending them. At that I went to, they talk about, what about the migrants? I'm housing them right now.
Man, I ain't invite nobody in there.
Crackers.
Okay, now see, this is hypocrisy.
These are the same motherfuckers. Now, I don't want no unhoused. I don't want no homeless person in front of my house.
Go to jail.
Throw away the key.
But they don't want to pay reparations.
Come on in. Come on in, Margaret.
Remember they were taking pictures and do a video with the migrants in that house?
They're fucking illegal immigrants.
He took Jose Hector and Vic and his wife and children in.
Newcomers.
Come Come on now. They were getting brand new apartments. You know, I was going to
Yeah, they're getting brand new apartments with whole stoves. I've been in. Oh my God, I don't even have a stove.
Right.
Damn, boy. I mean, that's bad. Well, the only thing I can say about that, let one of them motherfuckers knock up on my door talking about he need a place to stay. And what I'm going to do, man, by any means necessary, I'm going to treat it as a home invasion. You know what I'm saying? Because, motherfucker, I don't know you. I don't know what kind of goddamn diseases you got.
Right.
Okay. And go down there and go see Governor Bud. Or better yet, go see Kamala Harris.
I'm not lucky that Brandy Majors does not run in any country. Brandy Majors be sending everybody bills. Fuck all that. I can take care of your motherfucking people. You're paying the bill. You don't pay it by a certain time. We'll come to your country and start revoking shit. You don't take over some shit. I do repos in the fucking street. So I wouldn't have no problem pulling a repo of fucking taxes and reparations. Every motherfucker's lucky that I don't fucking have that in me and I'm not running them. Because I would be issuing bills to fucking all these countries and be like, you need to read that. That's serious. That's bill. That bill is there. All of your people came over here. It cost us, I don't know how much motherfucking money. Here's the receipts. Here's the people that took it. I want my money back. I want this money to go here. Yeah, you have it, or you're gonna give them some assets, but you gonna come up with it. Why? Because there's no punishments going on. There's no sanctions. There's no nothing. Everybody looks at the United States as a place to fucking come. Well, what's it gonna be if we're destitute and we don't issue no motherfucking no sanctions, no bills, no we ain't trying to get our money back. And yet, I keep pumping the American person to pay for this bullshit.
Yeah, the American tax dollar, the taxpayer that get taxed like 4 times.
Not even a working person can live. You know what I mean? They are getting it.
I mean, man. Don't a motherfucker see, man? This is a major insult.
This is what they're doing with your money.
Yeah, to your intelligence.
Perfect segue. Yeah. So moving along, because we're definitely pressed for time. What's happening in Denver? City council member. Shout out to Stacey Gilmore. Says she's never been told how much Denver homeless initiatives actually cost.
She did ask. We saw it many times.
Remember, Sawyer was on that homeless.
When she was fucking stupid ass Coachella.
Yeah. Fuck Coachella.
Which I recommended many times.
He needs to be fired. He don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's just a yuppie gentrifier that try to infiltrate the activist circles here in Denver, and now he's the housing czar for the mayor.
But before that, he owned $1 million company to help seed that fucking little bit of money for the tiny homes first place. So they can push them out and let other people like what is the name? The people in charge. Midori and all them run it. And then he went to go work for the mayor's office. And the mayor should have fucking purged everybody. But as we're gonna find out, I mean, we have been saying, and especially me, about misappropriating funds. And man, you know, y'all don't hear me say the N-word or anything like that, but I was like, nigga, like this morning, I was like reading it, I was like, yeah, wake up. I was like, the same motherfuckers that mug us, talk shit about us, are the same ones already in office, brand new people, that is like running around spending all our tax money with no repercussions. Matter of fact, they're innocent. They didn't do it. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
Remember that paper I signed?
Remember, family.
Wow.
I mean, this would have never happened under our regimen because I don't even like having money on me. I'm like really scared about money. I had a lot of fucking money in my life, right? But at some point, I had a lot of fucking money, and I was really scared to like. You'll see, I've never been to gamble, right? Because I get scared about losing $5. I sent Jesse on a mission today, and I was like, I want my money. I want my change because every fucking dollar. I mean, I can't give the right act poor thing. I'm so afraid of overspending or losing money because it caused me it caused me a fucking real life homeless situation. Not because I overspent, but because I didn't have the resources to lift myself up. And so when I finally got into it, this is a privilege, housing is a privilege. Got into housing, I really was so serious. And Jesse was the worst one with it. Jesse would save money in different places. So when he would take me out sometimes, we go like to special events. I'd be like, where the fuck he come up with all this money? We were living poor like for a whole year. But he could buy us things when we went out. Go on where we go, special places, right? He'd be like, hey, you want a necklace? She could let you get that one. You want this? She got that.
All the black events, right? All the.
It'd be like once in a while we would get to go somewhere, and he would have money put away, and I would never know. But he was the worst. Him and my brother are like the frugalest fucking shoppers. We'd have everything we needed. My brother's probably really bad because my brother likes to really save money. But you go to a grocery store and he'll take the coupon book and he'll be like this and he'll be everything, buying groceries. He'll spend less than $50. We got a whole fucking house full of groceries. Now everything's priced so high, it's like I don't even know. It just still is like that. But now we're like everything we get has to go to a fucking bill or it has to go somewhere. Or this is the first time I ever had no internet. Aside from when my brother moved out. See what I'm saying? I didn't know how to fucking act. I was like, oh my God. Scrabbly just to get it done. You know what I mean? And it was hard. Very fucking hard. So the world has changed. But when these people are misappropriating funds and they giving away money, they're giving away money and it's all like it's right there. That nobody's doing nothing about it. It's a real situation. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, so Carl Clark, who I cussed out for not inviting me to the debate after I did not make the ballot, is going to give us the update on Stacey Gilmore questioning the mayor.
Which is not unusual. She already did like 4 times. What is it?
Okay, and then after Stacey Gilmore give an update on the mayor, man, I got to lay it down, man.
It's all good, Shabaka. We appreciate you hanging in this.
Oh yeah, because we got to get ready for tomorrow night. Let everybody know. And there's the link right there.
Come on, all you dumpsters.
Yeah. So we need all you orange raccoon loving motherfuckers to give us a call tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this shit ridiculous, man. This shit is ridiculous. And providing, of course, the blog talk, not to decide to fuck us around. Or Silicon Valley decide not to fuck us around.
Man, Tuesday, shame on you fuckers for not calling in on Tuesday nights. We got the whites in there, so like maybe 2 whites, like Joe Gibson. Fuck Joe Gibson. He going on my
whoa, hold on, lady. Check. Of course he's more than welcome to call in. Only thing he's gonna do is get drum bombed on.
Whippy post. I'm gonna change his name to Darrell. My whipping post. Oh, man. What's your name? You know what I mean? Joseph. No. Really? It's gonna be like Roots, but backwards.
Oh boy.
Have no idea how much the mayor's
and we just got something here
costing.
Hot off the press right here. Newsweek magazine. All right. California migrants' benefits are changing soon, officials warn. Officials in San Diego are warning of a continuous migrant surge that is draining city coffers and could dry up soon without any additional financial aid. California illegal immigration numbers have risen for 3 consecutive years, from approximately 260,000 to 362,000 and 450,000 in fiscal years 2022 and 23.
That's worse than here.
Oh, hell yeah, because you got to keep in mind, Mexico is only across the street from San Diego. Okay, respectfully, according to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection data numbers. Yeah. I mean, man, you know what, people? This shit is pissing me off so bad.
I don't even know it.
Oh yeah, you was kicking it, TJ. That's over the TJ. Tijuana.
Yeah, that is, sir, ma'am, that shit pissed me off so goddamn bad. I can't even stomach reading the rest of it. Okay, I mean, now that just really goes to show how fucked up it is, because here we got this, black media, and we do our research and what have you, folks. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sign off here from Sin City. The eclipse totally missed Nevada, or where I'm at. Okay, and so the city of Los Angeles still.
They're gonna be permanently indebted.
Okay, and Los Angeles is still stealing water from Colorado over there at Hoover Dam.
And he's still running his mouth.
Who is that?
The former school board director.
I said we see.
Oh wow.
This divine.
Okay. Well, give them the phone number to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Oh,
They all know. The whole free coons all know.
I don't want that. I don't like that, man. Oh wait.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, man, no, we can't. No, before Lisa Cabrera, we can't have raccoons up here, man. Because
and they be the first to call somebody a raccoon. Like,
they never call it the amount of balls they got.
Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black?
Oh yeah.
Raccoons. Pops talk so bad about these people out here, these raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I have come to the point, I have come to the conclusion just now, being an old bastard, right? The raccoon syndrome is a mental health disease.
Yeah. Really
I mean, any motherfucker who will sit up there.
Paul Mooney said, you got to work at being a coon.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta work.
Yeah, I remember the comedian Paul Mooney. Yeah. Yeah, you got to work at it, But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, inside every raccoon and every Negro, there's a black man and woman dying to come out. Yeah. And this is why we created the hashtag.
In you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
and that's why we created the hashtag of resurrection of the mental dead. You see what I'm saying? Because man, I mean, these willful brain dead motherfuckers, man. I mean, it's just fucking incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. Yeah. It's just a fucking ridiculous.
Like a little bamboo. Cutie. Yeah. All right, everybody, let's watch this episode, and that way you can go to sleep. It's only a couple minutes long.
Oh,
Kyle Clark plays. Kyle Clark. Jesse hates Kyle Clark. I love Kyle Clark.
Fucked it up.
I tell you why I like Kyle Clark. He's supposed to be the journalist.
The people in charge of Denver spending have no idea how much the mayor's quest and homelessness is costing.
This is from our NBC affiliate
on how approved spending already totals
I don't love him
millions
like that
of dollars
the white man,
beyond what the public has been
supposed
told.
To be,
and now, some on city council say they can't get straight answers either.
We can't keep giving people the answers.
In a room where hundreds of millions of dollars are approved for spending.
Okay, folks. Now you would think on some shit like this here, man, that the governor will order a goddamn audit.
Any of that info. I can't tell you
what
the personnel costs
don't give a fuck.
I can't tell you what the janitorial costs are. I can't tell you.
What is always
it's not because she hasn't asked.
I'd audit the fuck out of
times. But she says
okay, so to quote the dump, she's saying is, we just don't know, folks. We just don't know. Look at this shit.
We all have a responsibility to
the
voters and to the taxpayers of Denver to share this info with them.
I'd audit the fuck out of them, and it wouldn't
better or worse.
I'd have a private auditor.
These conversations.
And best believe I'd have a private.
City Council has approved more than $110 million to buy hotels, contract providers, and house the homeless. Even though that's tens of millions of dollars over the initial budget presented by the mayor for 2023 and 2024, the mayor's office is asking everyone to trust
Brother Chet, man, you start launching an impeachment campaign against that motherfucker, man.
Yes, we need to recall this motherfucker.
No, that's exactly what the fuck I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't reach
take it at somebody's word, unfortunately, when it's hundreds of millions of dollars that we're potentially talking about here. What I want to see is a spreadsheet
so it wouldn't even matter because
that
that's another
what our monthly spending is
or Chameleon Lisa.
Right, it would be another bitch up there.
What the robust services are. I want it line itemed out.
Difficulties keeping track of spending on homelessness is nothing new in Denver. Back in 2022, under then-Mayor Michael Hancock, an audit found Denver did not have a formal process of tracking costs related to homeless encampments. Under the Johnson administration, City Council, journalists, and the public also don't seem to know exactly how much money is being spent.
The taxpayers are underwriting this whole
yeah,
initiative,
so I might do
and
that.
I want to be able
Because
to answer
it's,
questions
I
that
saw
they
how
might have.
it's hard to get it done.
Tomorrow,
Because I just
Gilmore
did
and the
the
rest of the
experience of
Safety,
what to do.
Housing and Homelessness
It'll
Committee
probably
and
be the
City
same
Council
thing
will hear
applying.
from the mayor's
I don't
office
really
about
trust that
exactly how
motherfucking
much
thing.
money has been spent
Like, I trust
on
you.
House
You
1000.
know,
We
I
expect
don't
them to
give
tell
people out
council,
what
but
they
it's only
do.
about $10 million
White people
last year.
and white black
The question
people.
that has not
Black
been
people
answered
supposed
so
to
far is how many of those
white
contracts that were
There is that
signed
white
last year were pushed off
that
to this year,
has
2024, and how much money, Kyle, the city
family
is
guy.
spending.
So Denver has a
white
strong
people,
mayor system. Mayors
they
in
don't got my
charge and the
interest
council
at
has
heart.
limited powers.
So
Mayor
I think
determines
to
how
remotely
fast the bus is
tuning
driven,
it up
and on
with
this
the free
issue,
council.
he's chosen to drive it
I'm
really
not gonna
fast.
fucking vote
Very
you
fast. It was the campaign
because
bill
I
that
can't
he
trust you.
campaigned on to be elected.
And
Was
that was
saying
the problem.
we will house
All these people were
1,000
hanging
people,
out with
move
free
them into
council.
shelter by
I'm
the
running
end
around
of
and I need help.
2023.
I
Gilmore
couldn't
says
ask them
checkbook was open.
because I
Now
wanted
it's
to
time
buy
to figure out how
shit
to
a
pay for it.
secret.
All right, appreciate you watching
Like,
it, Mark.
you know,
Thank you.
chess. I play chess.
A crime concerns at a hotel turned homeless shelter in Denver prompted.
Did to my dude.
Okay, so
Can I
before
have
we
it?
get to this one, what do y'all thoughts on Stacey Gilmore? Shout out to Stacey Gilmore. For one to know where the goddamn money is going.
Finally. Right? I watched for 4 fucking years. They're not really giving a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So finally she stepped up this year.
Yeah, finally.
Kind of impressive. Cole Chandler never has an answer for that.
Never.
But yet he keeps getting promotion after promotion.
Mm-hmm.
Even a position is a promotion, right, Bailey?
Yeah.
So he was supposed to be in charge of the motherfucking one newspaper article say he in charge of watching the security at the hotel they had the shootings in.
Yep, that's
right?
actually the next topic too.
And I'm like, man, he ain't built for that. That little pretty ass little white boy is not built for that. Yeah, he ain't built for that. I was like, man, you need to replace him.
Right.
Because you left the roughnecks over there. He ain't built for that.
Right.
But go ahead.
But me and Lady Che know much. That state right over there. Done.
Right.
It's definitely rough around the edges. So we got okay, Shabaka, what are your thoughts before you go?
Okay, well, my thoughts is that they need to impeach that goddamn mayor, man. They need to have the fucking feds going in and arrest his ass, man, for misappropriation of public funds.
Mm-hmm. I concur.
I mean, period, man. I mean, this motherfucker's the goddamn mayor, man, and he don't know what the fuck is going on. He doesn't have no type of auditing going on, and no disrespect to the people of the city of Denver, but your city council looks whack as hell. Elect Jesse Parrish, the mayor of Denver, in the next election, because all I saw was a bunch of incompetent, brain dead, San Francisco LSD strung out motherfuckers.
Facts.
And Los Angeles ain't no better. Yeah, and Las Vegas ain't no better. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, God damn, man, you know, where the fuck is all this money going? You know what I mean? And then you're fleecing the taxpayers. You see, and then Michael Hancock, oh well, we gotta be all inclusive and all that brain dead Tim Scott.
By race. On that stupid ass state of the city address is the last state of the city address.
How long ago we talked about that? Because we knew he was talking about us.
We laughed a good minute behind that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just, I mean, it's so ridiculous, people. It's redundant. It's beyond ridiculous. It's redundant. You know, the same goddamn thing you see in the city of Los Angeles.
Every amount of checking at city council. Every fucking amount of checking. And I was telling Jesse, I was like, we should start doing this every month. Like, you know, a little, like half and half, like we always do. Because they need to feel it. They need to feel it. They used to say that Jesse was petty. They used to say Jesse was petty and that Jesse was like a poor sport. Yeah, a poor sport.
Hey, here's
Right.
Not cutting your wisdom, Lady J, but here's one for you, Brother Chad. I'm going to say this, and I got to go, man. I got to get some rest. You need to go tell all them city council members at the next public meeting is let them know this sentence right here. Remember that bail rhymes with jail, so you motherfuckers better not fail.
Ooh, I like that, Shabaka. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that.
Right, Shabaka?
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. You know what I'm saying? And these motherfuckers are failing the people of Denver. I mean, you get these goddamn career politicians.
He said it before. He said, don't get no motherfucking remorse now. He said, we're gonna tell you, we'll live like we told you so. You should have made the right choice, but instead you chose to mock and provoke it because you didn't want to see it. You didn't want to see it win. We sat for. I mean, we're just sitting right now. A hand to fucking Allah. And I got several witnesses. You know, Allah says bring 7. I got a lot of motherfucking witnesses that say I did not move from this fucking seat he's sitting in for days at a time. Like 3-4 days. I went to get up, eat, go to the restroom, come right back. Sat here and typed and learned because I'm from the street, from the fucking bottom. The street. I only know 2 ways of life. Outside, okay? And I learned how to run shit this way and learned a little bit about politics so that I could help him because everybody wanted to change the black agenda. Mm-hmm. And then I started getting
oh yeah.
Black agenda like me.
And then Lady J, when our haters call in tomorrow, that's why I'm getting some rest, is because I'm gonna prepare myself for the asinine dumbass of shit that we're gonna get in the chat room. Yeah, that's right. And we want all you dumpster supporters to call in Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. The call-in number is 516-418-5996. And then 2 hours before the show, I'm going to get on Blog Talk. I'm going to track down Sarge, Joe Gibson, Illusion, and what's his name? Inclusion, Brother Che, the dude we put off in the eject seat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Illusion, he's welcome to call in. Bianchi, you welcome to call in. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get on your helmets.
Oh yeah. Solution, yeah. That's Solution of real life hope.
Oh no! What happened with Solution, Lady Che? Okay, I don't think you. Okay, was you on that episode, Lady Che, when Solution
off the planet?
Yeah. When Solution got there a little bit beside himself with MF this, GD that, eject button, boosh. You know what I'm saying? And then Illusion talking about he's so rich and all that old type of shit. I think the motherfuckers out there panhandling. That's what I'm thinking.
Recently, so I did have to listen.
Shout out to the viewers. Appreciate you saying I'm late with us.
Yeah, shout out to the viewers.
Indeed, and the viewers, please get with us tomorrow night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain Time.
Blog Talk, but we know Blog Talk be lit on Tuesdays, man. Tuesday night, man, be fucking something else. We're always way past overtime.
And we're gonna give everybody, a chance to speak. Even I'm gonna mute my mic, and then if Joe Gibson and them come on, with their bullshit, the only thing I'm gonna do is jot down their hateful comments, and then to keep my blood pressure down, okay, is that I'm gonna intellectually cuss these motherfuckers out with not using one cuss word.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Right, it's a skill. Shabaka Jesse got it down pat. It is
absolutely.
Him, my mama, my best friend, my brother, they got it all down to where they can curse out somebody, make them fucking cry. I don't see my brother make me cry. Jesse, my mama, a lot of people, my best friend, can sit here and fucking curse me out about some fucking other shit. I can't even go one sentence without saying fuck. You know what I mean? Or any bad words. And they can do it in a calm tone, right? The calm tone that goes with it is really shameful. Really
okay, but Lady Che, okay, let me explain something to you. Okay.
Really fucked up.
Okay. All right. When you look at Okay, when you look at Muhammad Ali, you know, like how he used to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Okay, you could do the same thing. What's the term? You know, talking, or let's say verbal communication. You see what I'm saying? You see how I go back and forth on Sarge when Sarge starts hitting it, and when Sarge starts getting ready to blow his gasket. You know, all I simply do is roll, step back, wait for him to drop the power shot, come over with bang, 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 bam, bam, bang. You know, 3 jabs, right cross, left hook, right uppercut, left hook, overhand, right. That is the sting like a bee combination. Yes, and so then when Joe Gibson comes up there with his shit, and as we're gonna tell Joe Gibson, if he decides to show up,
He's a dumpster supporter.
And then we're gonna tell him, like I told him so eloquently, Brother Paris Joe, you get your knowledge from Eurocentric sources. We get our knowledge from Afrocentric sources.
We specifically want the black dumpster supporters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we need the black dumpster supporters. You see what I'm saying? Actually, we need all dumpster supporters. And I want you to convince me of why I should go out here and waste my fucking time for voting for the dump, as in human shit, or this other brain dead motherfucker with his senile ass. You know what I'm saying? That's shitting on himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're not gonna talk about the former district attorney of San Francisco County. We all know because we all know that she was smoking weed, listening to Tupac and Snoop Dogg in the 1980s. I mean, folks, you can't make this shit up. We're going by what she said. Tupac and them was around in the 90s.
Flat backing. Just say flat backing.
Yeah, she was flat backing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Willie Brown is 60 years old. She's 30. And then, of course, connect the dots.
To flat back my way to the top of nothing.
And his wife stayed with him.
Yeah, that's a hell of a woman, man.
Oh yeah, yes indeed. You know, okay, so my phone is going off. I think I got hate mail in there and what have you, and see what's going on. Then a shout out there to brother Thomas McDonald, you know, for being a contributor with us, you know, when he can and what have you.
Brother Thomas, he'll be in there Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay.
Chef Rob, yep. All the fellas.
Yeah, we got to have some Chef Rob.
You know? Yeah, Chef Rob. We got to have the Sheik. We got to have Dynamite.
We got to have Sister Ashita.
Sister Ashita.
Oh, yeah. And I'm going to put it out there, you know, for Sister Ashita. And I have to give it to Sister Ashita. She's definitely rising as a content creator. So more power to her. Yeah. So she mentions us. So I'm going to share her material, you know, as well, too. Okay, folks, so this is Shabaka Sankore signing off from Sin City. Okay, and good night wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. No, wait a minute. What time the fuck? Yeah. See how tired I am tomorrow evening. That's right. Now, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed now, but I do know 2 + 2 = 4.
7
yes, sir.
p.m.
Mountain. That's right. 8 p.m. Central.
And
9 p.m. on the East Coast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a nice night from Las Vegas, Nevada, Sin City. All right. Take care.
Yes, man. I didn't think Jesse was still on the phone. I thought he was just over there chopping up with Shabaka because that's what they do. Well, you know, they talk all fucking day long on the phone with these shit. Like up until 2 weeks ago? Seemed like all fucking day long. I'm like, God damn, man, go to sleep.
How much business to discuss?
Yeah, as I didn't know. So when I laid down when he got in here, I was sitting there listening to him, and he got in, and I was like, I must have just fell the fuck out. He said, I was laughing, talking.
Yeah.
Laughing?
Yeah.
I was laughing?
Mm-hmm.
What was I laughing about?
I said something funny, and he about it.
In my sleep?
Yeah.
Did they witness it?
Yes.
Oh, that's fucked up, y'all.
I pointed it out. I said, "Oh, really, Chase? With us? She was live. Like, What I said.
Y'all ain't supposed to even notice me, man. I was all covered up out here.
And Deacon is no longer Deacon. He is Mac 285.
Why?
Yeah, he have to tell you, but he changed his whole thing.
Does that mean you got to change the wrench too?
No, he kept the wrench.
I was gonna say he sweated us for the wrench. Over my wrench. All right, Mac, whatever the fuck. 285.
He was asking about you.
You was?
Mm-hmm.
See, I know you missed me, man. Yeah, like, y'all don't understand. I get all this hate over there about shit, but look, I don't want the dominant society to ever choose me for shit. I want to be a contributor for the new black media. So I put it in my work, and it's going to take a long time because, contrary to popular belief, as fair as I am, man, I work harder than a lot of motherfuckers do, and it's really worth it. So I don't want the dominant society to choose me. If you went over there and watched the RVA the other day, you would watch them abuse me verbally, say they want to hurt me, and call me the N-word all in the same fucking 45 minutes in live time. So the dominant society don't want no parts of the dog, no matter how light everybody thinks I am and what my mother's shit is that I need to choose up. If I never lived that life of the lifestyle of my mother, I'm never gonna live the lifestyle of my mother. You know what I mean? My mother's been gone for a very long time before she was gone, before I was gone. So it's not gonna happen. Did everybody always says I'm denying something? Nope. I would say I wasn't. I never had those options. You can't make a motherfucker like me choose. Right. I've already chose. So there's no dual alliances. Right? Oh, how do I say it, Jesse? I don't have
dual alliances. Yeah.
No dual alliance to anything, and I don't have a favoritism or a must. If the world was to come to an end, and I was asked, where am I going to go? I'm going with Jesse and my other family members. They chose me, so I'm going over there with them. And everybody can eat a dick. You don't really need me. Go ahead and handle your business, whiteys. Yeah, I'm going over here. Burn, baby bird. Burn, baby bird. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Flip off, right? As simple as that. But, the question be like, what about your brother? What about my brother? My brother's probably going to come with me. You know what I mean? Probably most likely going to come with me. Because that's the only life he knows too. So, yeah. Go ahead.
So, we are moving right along to the weapons have been found during full-scale search of converted hotel shelter in Denver. This is like literally blocks away from where I live.
Like these motherfuckers, they're like, what is wrong with you people? Like, you're not supposed to stash them at your crib, like that, especially on a fucking hotel that don't, you're temporarily there.
They might do something similar at my building here soon enough.
Yeah, and then watch, this don't got none of that shit going on in his building. I would hate to see most of my friends go, but that's you don't recognize it, at any given time. Nothing is guaranteed.
They said I cost them almost $1 million.
Why are we laughing? Because Jesse told on him.
Me and my neighbor who writes for Newsbreak. Yeah, because they should be ashamed of themselves.
Not a political figure in there living like a rat.
Mm-hmm. Literally.
It's squalor.
It's not me. It's the people I'm surrounded by.
Right. Jesse's apartment never had a fucking roach, a bug,
nothing,
a mouse.
For the first 3 years?
3 years. I would go over there. I would spend the week over there, 3-4 days out the week. You see me at the Black House, and then he'd come over to the dollhouse, right? And there was never anything there. And then one summer, motherfucker was in the hallway, I got roaches. I told Jesse, somebody got roaches on this floor. Then Jesse was panicking. We got fucking all the roach spray in the world. He's like, oh my God. Next thing you know, the fucking whole building was infested. Somebody was like, I'm the same floor, I'm taking the elevator down. So I was like, I got bed bugs. I went back upstairs.
I remember going to the laundry room and there's literally Russian, like 20, 30 deep, just crawling around.
Yep. I told my brother a year to kill the ones that were here before I moved
in. I sprayed the bench and literally like 20 roaches came out the woodwork dead. Because I sprayed the Bebo.
Yeah.
Bebo.
Yeah.
It's like the boric acid of today.
But how CCH gonna even concur with kicking out my baby?
Yeah, that's a bullshit.
They want to kick him out, so they made it very hard. But think about it. I used to say Jez live in a state of emergency in his old crib, right? Because they made him keep his house packed up, and then they want to complain about his house being packed up, and then they want him to empty his house being packed up. Like, make up your motherfucking mind. Right. You failed.
Exactly.
You fucking failed. He could never get comfortable. He could have never unpacked his shit. Mm-hmm. He never unpacked his shit.
Nope.
In fact, his shit is still coming over here because my apartment is fucking like 2 times bigger than this. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And I got space. I'm like, I can't. I'm too sick to unpack my shit. Right? I've been sick since I moved in this bitch. So I don't have nothing to unpack. Everything that's out is what I use regularly. And I was like, man, you can take over this motherfucking closet or 2. The closets are big. I got big ass closets with doors. You know, you got a door in this closet. It's like the size of a motherfucking Foot Locker. Mm-hmm. But they want to kick him out. I'm like, man, hell nah. Like, just bring your shit over here. That'll be all right.
Yeah, come on, I got too much clutter.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. Man, you should see when you take in homeless people that dumpster dive. They don't ever get in trouble.
Mm-mm.
I know I was one of the motherfuckers dumpster diving, so I know, you know, I'm not impervious to not knowing, so I know. But Jesse never did all that. Jesse had nice things because Jesse would run for mayor. He go in there looking fly better than all these other motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
They had nice things, nice clothes, like, you know, really nice clothes. Now his clothes are all fucked up. You know what I mean? So that's some bullshit. They just don't want him in there because he cost them money because they pointed it out. Well, they failed, and they should be put on notice.
Yep.
That's what happens when you fail and you steal the money and you put it in other places, but you don't use the money to support the people that actually need it. They keep their fucking place up and running. My place, look, I was victimized there, and they still threw me out.
Yep.
So I ended up here. I was victimized, like, not once, many times by the perpetrator, but by the fucking staff.
Yep.
And they threw me out for saying something.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
I don't know, listen to you on that. I went from the street. I'm like, hey, nah, this is normal. I ain't gonna tell nobody. James was like, this is wrong. You gotta say something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happens when you say something, you know. But anyway, I'm over here now. I can help Jesse when he helped me. So that's how I go.
Mm-hmm.
My baby, play it.
Paying it forward. Oh, look who invited me to something.
Can't see it, baby. What is it?
That Do Nothing organization that's always trying to invite us to something. So, yeah, so the building up the street from me, used to be a hotel. Now it's a shelter for unhoused neighbors and illegal immigrants. So they just did a sweep of the whole spot, and they found all kinds of weapons over there.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
If I drugs too?
They just said the weapons. They might have found drugs too, ain't no telling.
A full-scale security search today.
Denver 7's Christian Lopez was there and spoke with city officials about the efforts underway to improve safety at that location.
Guests who are staying at the former DoubleTree Hotel on Quebec in Denver had to leave their rooms while Denver police went door to door, making sure there were no weapons or drugs on the property.
Pretty chaotic, but honestly, it's gonna help this shelter in the long run.
Jesse Valdez has called this hotel home for about 3 months after living on the streets.
On 20th and Stout by the post office.
Since moving in, he's witnessed back-to-back shootings at the hotel over the past month.
I was really close with the lady, you know, so it was pretty depressing.
Now, a lot more is being done at the site to keep everyone safe.
We have a full-scale comprehensive security inspection underway.
Derek Woodbury with Denver's Department of Housing Stability says this is the first time a full-scale inspection like this one has taken place at a hotel shelter. He said they've also added more staff, security, and metal detectors.
Safety is critical in all of our shelter environments, and we're always monitoring them very closely. And just due to recent events here at the DoubleTree, there is clearly a need to do a full search just to make sure that all the rules are being abided by.
Valdez said all of these efforts are making him feel a lot safer.
Because now that the metal detectors were put up, there's probably already weapons in there. So now that they're getting them out and stuff, they're doing a really good job with that. It's going to help the shelter.
Woodbury did confirm there were weapons found during their search, but he couldn't say what type or how many. In Denver, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
Salvation Army says every guest was informed that the inspections would take place, and guests agreed to the searches in writing. Now, the efforts were all done in conjunction with Denver, DPD, and on-site security staff.
I'm telling them I don't know how to read. I need somebody to read for me. I need contact. No, that's a violation. They just went in there and searched everybody's shit. They made you leave your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't jail.
Right.
That's illegal.
That is illegal. It's a violation of the Fourth Amendment rights.
For what they say. That's illegal.
Mm-hmm. Unlawful search and seizure.
Unlawful entry, search and seizure. Yep.
So, moving on.
But the police, Denver PD, is guilty for that. Like, there was a time, remember I told you that when they came and they threw me against the wall. They fucking threw me out of my own fucking apartment looking for something, right? They were looking for somebody else who wasn't there. And I opened the door and I was like, I've been in my apartment kicking it, right? I had a friend or two over. They were the person that was in trouble wasn't that there, right? Yeah. And I'm little, everybody. I'm only 5 foot tall. I can't see how to nail people, okay? I have to stand out a crate. Literally, I can't not see out of any motherfucking people you put in front of me. So a motherfucker knock at the door, and it was like one of our people died. I was like, I thought it was Jesse or something. Open the motherfucking door, and there was a motherfucking tokens, and a white dude, right? And motherfucker grabbed me. The white officer grabbed me and flung me against the wall, like flung me across from my door to the other door, and literally hurt me. I mean, just so they could go in. They're walking in while I'm talking, trying to distract me. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I already know. If you come into a place like that, you gotta stop at the front desk. You gotta announce where you're going. You gotta ask them questions. You ask them if they're there or whatever. So they can't act stupid. There's cameras everywhere. They can't act stupid. They know exactly where fucking apartment they're going to, what the name of that apartment, who lives there. So they can't act stupid. And so with me, I'm already smart enough. I've been in jail more times than for you, right? So I'm like, dude, oh motherfucking like, well, what the fuck you doing? While a bitch with a police officer, a bitch with a flashlight going through my shit. I said that's illegal.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I didn't give you permission to enter my place.
Right. Where's
You're
the warrant?
victimizing me as usual.
Do you have a warrant?
They're laughing, but I'm like, so you gonna throw a sick woman around the hallway to go through an apartment? I don't have anything they're looking for, but you're going through my shit like if I owe you something or I'm under your rules and regs. That's illegal. It's a search and seizure. They didn't seize anything, but they manhandle me. They abuse me, right? Which is not unusual because every time they arrest me, they manhandle me. They've been manhandling me since I was 7 fucking years old. So it's not like it's unusual, but I'm a woman. You shouldn't be fucking throwing a girl around the hallway as a big ass fucking corn-fed white man. And tokens, that's the thing. They bring tokens. Like, I might go somewhere that they have a white man, black officer, a brown officer, and a woman. Those are tokens because they don't know who they're gonna have to rely on to talk to you, right? And I'm like, come on, brother, not you. I was talking to the black guy, like, come on, brother, not you. Do something, man. Don't you see this raw bow? Get the wall. It's the same shit all the time. They're known for that.
Yeah, black police showing up for the white cop.
Showing up for the white cop. Don't have no remorse. You know what I mean? And there's like certain officers that we really respect. And it's very hard to say that because we don't respect many. But I would say I like about 3. I like to have a 3, 4.
Shout out to Carla.
Carla, definitely Carla, man.
She got a federal lawsuit.
Yep.
Oh,
Chief Thomas.
That on the RBA.
Yeah, Chief Thomas.
Yeah.
I give giving sarcastic conversations about Chief Thomas. Like, I know it's not my chief's fault. Yeah, because he's indigenous. That's what Aboriginal.
Black Aboriginal.
Aboriginal, right? And like if you watch Black Alpha Network, during the Aboriginal talks, there was a couple of faces that he was showing for the Aboriginal chiefs that our Chief Thomas looks just like him. I was like, man, you cannot say that man is not Native American, meaning black, Indian, black indigenous, black Aboriginal. You know what I mean? It's like the copper toed and the fat wide nose, like yeah, you know what I mean? It's like yeah, and Chief Diggins. Except that day when we went in there, what he together, Sheriff Diggins and together the other troops over there when we was in there. Started at 3 and ended up 6.
Yeah.
And yeah, just the other people in there though at the beginning when we was in that building, man, your family are really nice. You know what I mean? Good times. Yeah, go ahead, just tell everybody what we're doing right there. Kyle Clark. Like Kyle Clark, but one day, here soon, in the next couple of years, Kyle Clark will be doing an interview with Jesse Paris or Brandy Majors. Just watch one day. I'm foreseeing it.
Yeah. But until then, Denver doesn't count dying as a negative outcome of homelessness initiative.
And every year, family, if you're watching, Jesse goes and films the We Will Remember ceremony. Every year, there's like 200 to 300 dead people every year that are unhoused. So this is a fucking thing that actually happens. We lose in every season, summer, winter, the rainy season. We lose people. Unhoused people die in their tents. This is a fucking reality.
Yep.
They die at the hospital. I could have died on the street like 6 times, easily. So
a boy, Councilman Roybal, his dad died on the streets.
But they're not dying. Then they're getting hacked up into pieces, because of weather-related things like frostbite. Shit like that. Diabetes. Or our family. Part of our crib family, he had diabetes, and he started getting hacked up. My homeboy that took care of me damn near the whole time I was outside, and showed me how to make tents, showed me how to take care of myself, provided for me. One of my homeboys out there, he got hacked up because he caught frostbite.
Yeah, he was in that message to the mayor.
Yep.
The first one.
Yep. That's another thing you don't get no respect for.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
That's bullshit.
I wonder if he ever seen that shit.
Yeah.
Cancun. So Denver doesn't count.
Dipped out.
He's living his best life in Miami.
Best life.
We learned something shocking about Denver's homelessness.
We left our community
Not the cost.
Devastated.
No, the mayor's office still can't explain that to us or to city council. But as city council questioned where all the money is going, that's when we learned that Denver doesn't count someone dying to be a bad outcome of the homelessness initiative. Here's Mark Salinger.
All right, great. So the agenda that we have today, we are going to be getting a briefing and we have an action item.
We came to Denver City Council in search of answers. What we found were more questions from everyone.
What is the monthly cost on average for the hotel site?
So is 46 million needed? Was it needed for the first House 1,000 goal?
So we are looking at actuals of
$75
million in 2024.
We just need to see that. This feels really incomplete to me.
And then
it's a simple question, really, or at least we think so. How much is the Mayor's House 1000 homelessness initiative costing? We thought we'd find out at this presentation, titled House 1000 Financials. We did it.
Actual expenses in 2023 came in much lower than we had anticipated. Only $10.3 million were spent in 2023.
$10.3 million is the only real number the mayor's office can give for how much money has been spent so far. But we know more than $110 million has already been approved by City Council. So where's all the money going? We aren't the only ones asking.
Help me understand and not be so shocked that you only spent $10 million.
The story that Next has been telling you about for days now has the attention of other cameras. Today, we also learned the vast majority of people exiting House 1000 shelters are leaving to be homeless again, go to jail, or even die.
Do we have an idea of why we are seeing that 73% of the people who are exiting into a negative outcome?
So just want to start with talking about outcomes. We and our partners don't count deceased as a negative outcome. There are many reasons why people could...
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
While the city doesn't count death as a negative outcome, let's say more positive outcomes seem hard to come by. Of the roughly 1,000 people who moved into hotels or micro communities after living on the streets, the city's dashboard says only 21 have left with leases of their own for permanent housing.
How are we going to improve our outcome rate? Because we're spending a significant amount of dollars, tax dollars. We have to be able to say to our taxpayers that we're using those dollars wisely. And
there's been at least 2 shootings, 7 deaths, and around 500 911 calls to the former DoubleTree Hotel in Central Park that's now being used as a shelter. Today we learned that shelter is operating with about 50% staff. There are about 30 open positions right now. Safety has always been a concern there, but we had no idea, Kyle, that they're operating on such short staff.
Explain this to me again, how somebody can end up dead in Denver's homeless shelter, and that's not a negative outcome.
So I want to make sure that I get this right, so I'm going to read it. The primary reason that the city says they don't count dying as a negative outcome is because they say someone is dying inside, which is better than dying frozen outside.
Some of these people were killed, right? Like they were killed in the shelter.
That is the quote primary.
Yeah. Good Lord. All right, Mark, thank you.
And Denver Mayor Mike Johnston's homelessness initiative.
Yeah, so where the hell's the money going?
No, they're not going to find out. You know what they're going to find out is they already know, and they allowed it to happen, but they cover it up so good. So you need a private auditor. You don't need an auditor. So we have an auditor that is provided.
Yeah, Timothy O'Brien.
Yeah, we have an auditor works for the mayor's office. And if he didn't hold the previous administration accountable, you're not hold this one accountable. No. So you need what I would always like to say, another auditor that isn't associated with the mayor's office. Independent auditor without no agenda. That motherfucker's just there to do his job.
Yeah.
He gets paid already. He's on salary, so it doesn't matter what he finds, and he has to hold him accountable.
Yeah.
And it'd be realistic, like with an auditor. Like I was reading some stuff from the Hancock administration. The auditor that went over there and gave him a time frame. These motherfuckers blew it off. And he let them ride for like 6-7 months to get an answer back. When really, take your motherfucking flash drive in, plug up, get all that shit off there yourself, and mob the fuck out. Everybody's on computers now. Everything's data entry. So just go and plug up. That's it. Plug in, plug up, take that shit off their fucking hard drive, and fucking go and look at it yourself. Do the math yourself. Take all the shit off the printer, because the printer is running your information through anyway. Everything. Go through there. Go hit that motherfucking that shredder. Hit everything that has fucking data on it. And then go do a deep dive and get on to reading. Because They're gonna try to lie. They'll cover it up. They're saying they're feeling like, like on the Hancock thing. They felt one of the officers felt like they were being that it was it was a racism thing that they were being asked to hand over shit in a timely fashion. They were like, "This is racist." What? No, bitch, it isn't. You just don't want to get caught.
Yeah.
Nothing racist about motherfucking. Well, you work for the mayor, first of all. Mayor is black. All them people are white, and you get a white person to come ask you for some information. I don't even know how you can stand there with that remark.
Right.
Just give it up, and do it quickly, quickly, and then have a realistic. That kind of fucking auditor needs to have a realistic thought. You need 10 days to turn this motherfucker around.
Right.
Don't give him 6 months, then push your foot all the way to the last month. Yeah, you could get worse then. Just give him like realistically 10 days. That's a realistic time to turn some shit around. 10 days.
Mm-hmm. Remember, Eric Clark was running for that seat.
Mm-hmm. Would he have been a good auditor? No. Maybe. Might have been a fair and decent one, but he got ran over.
Yeah.
You need like a strong fucking auditor that isn't a pushover.
Right.
It isn't too kind or decent. You know what I mean? Like, kind of has to be a dog, but an honest dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. So let me play this. How much is Mayor Johnston plan to address homelessness costs in Denver taxpayers?
Coming under scrutiny about how much it's costing taxpayers.
And we know the city has spent millions of dollars trying to help people experiencing homelessness, but there are still a lot of questions about that spending in particular.
Denver 7's Brandon Richard joins us now, and Brandon, council members also have plenty of questions about this plan.
Oh yeah, they do have plenty of questions. They were able to ask the mayor's team some of those questions today. They asked about spending and outcomes, but the answers they got weren't as clear as they hoped. The mayor's homelessness initiative comes with a huge price tag, but the exact cost is still somewhat of a mystery.
You have 8 sites, and I've been asking for what's the monthly operating cost for these sites.
Council members like Stacey Gilmore have been asking how much the program, which has been rebranded as All In Mile High, is costing Denver taxpayers. But the answers the mayor's office is giving aren't entirely clear.
There are many things that we're working on to fully understand, and I don't know that I'm going to have a good picture of that until closer to May.
We're all in on this, and I want to make sure that we're doing this in a transparent way so that it can be replicated if this is successful.
What is clear is the city spent $10.3 million on the mayor's homelessness initiative last year, $35 million less than they were approved for. The money they didn't spend has been carried over to this year. Aside from spending,
the jury is still out, in my view, on Housing First and its success, because I've seen it fall on its face.
Council members like Kevin Flynn still have questions about the program's overall success. Of the 164 people who've exited the program, many went back to being unhoused, were put in jail, or died.
When we are spending a significant amount of money on these programs, we've got to have better outcomes than a 73% negative outcome.
The mayor's team said they're working to improve those outcomes by increasing their engagement with site providers to understand the challenges they face. They're hoping to have a clearer picture of the results in the months ahead. It's also worth mentioning Councilwoman Gilmore resigned as homeless committee chair last November, citing a lack of transparency from the mayor's office on homelessness response efforts. And going back to the spending, when you combine the money that wasn't spent last year with the $39 million the city already planned to spend this year, that means spending could top $75 million this year.
Wow. Brandon, one of the things that money was spent on, hotel rooms or hotels turned into shelters.
Did those council members bring up security, especially in light of the recent shootings, multiple shootings at that former DoubleTree hotel?
Yeah, that was one of the big topics they talked about today. The mayor's team says that they're evaluating security at each site, bringing in extra security cameras, guards, and in the case of the former DoubleTree hotel, they confirmed they've added metal detectors in an effort to improve the security situation there.
Of course, all of that adding to that price tag.
Denver 7's Brandon Richard reporting for us tonight. Thank you, Brandon.
Time is running out for a
Where is the money? Where the hell is the money? Where the hell is the money? And we told you so.
Yep. And it's funny to us.
Right.
We're not gonna stop laughing.
Yeah, y'all had us crying and now we laughing.
I mean, they thought we weren't gonna get over it.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Jesse took a lot of time to grieve.
Yeah.
That election for both of us, devastating. It was devastating, and the devil's alive, but it was devastating.
Yeah.
And it took us a long time, and together we had to fucking get through it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't cry like that. I was crying on camera a couple of times, and I was very upset. But not to mention, I was upset, but I had to put myself in Jesse's shoes, because Jesse was the man going through it. I'm behind the scenes. I'm behind the scenes helping him, but he had to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
He had to be the face of it, and the amount of pain we went through with it. Not just because we lost. That's not what was bothering us, really, family. When you go and you run for election, you have that chance of losing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what was bothering us. That's not what we were grieving about.
Right.
That's not what was really fucking affecting us. The loss is like, we did our best, with what we had. It wasn't a loss. It was the lies that went around it. It was the drama that went with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was us fucking fighting so hard just to be recognized.
Yeah.
There was a whole bunch of shit. It was me and the trust issues, because I don't trust these motherfucking coons that said they was gonna help us.
Mm-hmm.
Or that they had his best interest at heart.
Yeah.
When in reality they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't put everything on certain family when they got families of their own to take care of. Then they shouldn't be, they can't be helping with a campaign like fully.
Right.
We can't, we were really going through it. So it wasn't just the loss, it was the shaming and the fucking lying on us, or the mockery that went with it. It was the fact that for me, I come off the street with no education. I don't have any formal education. I'm self-taught. And to put in this work of 8 people and not knowing nothing about something like this, and then making a formal decision of wanting to not just follow my dude into his lifestyle, but to want to be of service to the people, to our people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you watched 3 years of fucking Brandy growth right there.
Yep.
No, that was a lot for me. But Jesse went through it. Jesse fucking went through it.
Yep.
And I went through it with him. So we had to grieve together.
Mm-hmm.
We're better now.
Right.
Now it's all now we're amused. Now we're like, ha, told you.
Right.
Should have listened. You didn't want to listen. Now you suffer the consequences for not listening. We laugh about it. Let's show you right. We should have listened.
Right. So don't get Johnston remorse now.
Right.
Quadriplegic Denver man who says that he is on the verge of homelessness. He's currently on Section 8 housing, but is being evicted.
He claims Denver housing authorities dragging their feet on helping him secure a new spot. Fox 31 problem solver Gabby Easterwood on it for us tonight. Gabby.
Yeah, well, Erica, Jeremy, he's actually been disabled since 2005 after a UTI left a severe infection in his hands and feet. He says Denver Housing Authority did find him a place, but it wasn't accommodating for a quadriplegic person. So now he's scared for what's to come.
Dane Isom and his sister, surrounded by boxes. Boxes filled with 11 years of his life in this home off of Quebec.
Yeah, I'm just thank God to be alive, and when you like this, you can't take too much anything else. Trauma, wondering where you're going to stay, where you're going to go.
He's set to be evicted. Isom says his rent went up last year and he simply can't afford it. But now he has nowhere to go.
It's unhumane to do somebody like this. I wouldn't do a dog like this.
He was ready to move into Kappa Towers off of Northfield, but his Section 8 voucher for that location wasn't approved.
Ain't no way you should be able to go to the housing authority and you can't get no help. And you got doctor's orders stating that I need this.
Isom says he was also approved for a 1-bedroom at another location, but with his medical supplies and chair, it wasn't nearly enough room.
They were going to give me a 1-bedroom apartment, and they were going to give me a $700 voucher. I couldn't live off that. I couldn't live like that.
There has been some compassion from the homeowners, but time is running out, and Isom just wants a safe place to call home.
Faithful to God no matter what, and He will come through.
And we did reach out to Denver Housing Authority regarding Isom's situation, and they sent us this following a statement. We are aware of Mr. Isom's situation and have been actively working with him for the last 2 months. Now, after we received that, we pressed further with questions, but the Housing Authority representatives said they would not be providing anything more, but we will continue to keep asking questions. Live in studio, Gabby Easterwood, Fox 31.
All right, Gabby, thank you.
It has been a windy weekend, to say the least, and we're still feeling the effects tonight. Many Coloradans are dealing with a second night without power. XL Energy says it had to shut off power for thousands of customers on.
I bet if he was a migrant, they bet they'd fucking provide everything.
Oh yeah, immediately. No hesitation, no question asked. But since he's a black man, oh, we got to get
An
rid of him.
American black man.
Yeah, FBA.
FBA clearly.
We got to get rid of you.
You gotta get rid of you. You're gonna die on the street, old man.
Fuck
You
Denver
see, he
Housing
already lost
Authority.
his limbs.
Mm-hmm.
He's not in no condition to be on the street.
Yep.
None whatsoever. And he got a fucking living necessity machine.
Right.
That chair is the only way he can live.
Yep.
Oh. The fact that right there, first of all, God don't like ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Even Black Jesus don't like ugly.
Right. Shout out to Putin.
Shout out to Putin. But God don't like ugly. So when you deny a man like that who is already at his worst physical peak, and you're gonna let him be out on the street, oh God, you better hope you're ready to suffer that karmic consequence.
Yep.
It's all bad for everybody to keep saying no to him.
Mm-hmm. Fuck Denver Housing Authority.
Yep.
That motherfucker, as soon as my grandmother passed away, they couldn't wait to get us out of her house. And all her shit taken.
I believe it. This city ain't got no real fucking shame when it comes to black folk.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the power went out. Because it was real windy this past weekend, y'all. It was like really windy.
Our power didn't go out though.
Thank God. But several people dead.
Mm-hmm.
This is about a quick update.
On Saturday as a matter of public safety. The planned outage impacted about 55,000 customers, but about 100,000 more had their power knocked out by the weather. This is a live look at XL's outage map right now. The company says these areas could be without power at least until tomorrow, or even later for smaller areas. Many of you actually called our newsroom frustrated by the outages, so we questioned XL Energy about it again this afternoon. A lot of upset customers say the company did not do enough to communicate what was happening and why. XL leaders admitting to us today they could have done better.
I believe we made absolutely the right decision. We have damage on our electric lines that is due to wind. We have tree limbs. We have tree stumps that have damaged our electric lines. If those lines were energized, that was a risk of a wildfire. We empathize with our customers. We understand that it's frustrating and it's really hard to grapple what it's going to take to restore power to our customers.
So Horvath also told us in the process of restoring power, crews are going to prioritize what she called critical customers, like hospitals and jails, before they move on to smaller blocks of customers. Now, during that news conference this afternoon, a woman from Englewood decided to confront the utility company about power being shut off in her neighborhood. Your reporter, Jasmine Arenas, was also there. She joins us live tonight. Jasmine, was this neighborhood part of the preemptive shutoff, and what did Excel have to say about it?
Well, Kelly, the family that lives in this neighborhood tells me that they were not part of the preemptive shutoff, which is why they were surprised to learn this morning that they had no power, which left them in an unpleasant situation.
I've been on the phone for a half an hour trying to talk to someone.
Lisa DeVol is fed up and frustrated, trying to confront XO Energy over what she calls a lack of communication.
I got an email at 7:15 this morning, and it is not specific enough.
She's among many neighbors upset with the fallout of the weekend windstorm, unable to understand the utility company's outage map.
That is lesson number one for us, is that we need to think about how we incorporate an interactive separate map that gives folks, our customers, an opportunity to better understand if they were impacted.
For Lisa, her power went out Saturday, but she did not receive any updates until Sunday morning. Now more than 17 hours without power and a fridge full of food on the verge of going bad.
They just don't care about us people who rent or on low income or Section 8 housing. I don't feel that they think we're a priority to them.
Right now, there is no plan to compensate our customers for anything that they have lost.
XL Energy says their crews are repairing damage and restoring service to customers, but that will take time, and it's keeping customers like Lisa on edge.
Give us a timeline. If it's like going to be 10 or 12 hours, say that. We would have made preparations for that.
Now, Xcel Energy does tell us that those customers who did not receive any updates should update their information with the utility company. The company also shares they're happy about this decision that they made, and it may be something they effort again in the future if they're presented with similar weather. I'm live in Denver. Jasmine Arenas covering Colorado First. Kelly.
Jasmine, thank you.
Right here at 5:30 with brand new information about Denver's plan to get people off the streets. And
we just go right into this. Denver's plan to get people off the street and into housing. You mean the plan you stole from us?
Oh, yeah, right. That plan.
And into housing.
Yeah, today we're learning about the cost, the security, and the number of people already back out on the streets. Matt Morrow here to break it all down. Matt.
Jeremy, this is the most detailed report yet into what the city calls all-in mile high, and it comes at a time when shelters are under the microscope, especially because of those two recent shootings. This includes one where 2 people died at the former DoubleTree Hotel off Quebec. So let's start with the cost of all of this. Take a look at the numbers. Denver budgeted $46 million for the program last year, has already spent $10.3 million of that, though some of the bills are still coming in. For this year, Denver is budgeting $39.2 million. The total for 2 years, $85.2 million. Now to what's happening with the people the city helped get off the streets. The total since July is 1,419. Some have gone directly into long-term housing, while most have gone into the city's hotels and micro-communities and stayed there. Just 166 have left. And here's a breakdown of what's happened with them. This is new today. You can see some have moved into...
Take the closed caption on. Okay, so we got... Oh, shit. We got indoors, too. Inpatient treatment. Indoors, leased units, 21.
That's it.
Indoors, other shelter, 13.
Look at these low-ass numbers. They act like they're doing something.
Indoors, other stable housing option, 2.
Huh. We're not even at 100 people yet.
Indoors, reunification, 5. Other, meaning deceased, 9.
Ooh.
Other, jail, 18. Unknown. Fuck is the unknown?
I don't know where they went.
28. And unsheltered homelessness, meaning they went back to the streets, 66.
How is this a positive?
It's not.
This is so bad, like so fucking bad, and that's what your House 1000 plan. And if you keep in mind, family, They don't want to keep telling you that during that time, it was a state of emergency.
Mm-hmm.
They asked for funding twice.
Yep.
And what else? It's like another round of funding, and then funding for the immigrants, all at once. And the 1,000 thing, he's fucking. He tried to put the okie doke on and fucking put in like 600 fucking migrants to replace the numbers of unhoused neighbors, which are two separate things. Right? Two separate entities. And then they wanted to count one night in a shelter as part of the numbers. And we're like, nah, we didn't let that ride. We're all over that. So no. And they said we just want to work against the mayor. Fuck that. You're failing.
Right.
But it was me that said, just keep in mind, if you let a motherfucker destroy Park Hill, what do you think he was gonna do to the city?
Right.
You know, everybody want to forget about Park Hill. Well, we didn't forget. You know, we didn't forget.
Yep.
We did not forget.
Like Pecker's Farm.
Yep, go ahead.
Long-term housing or other shelters. 9 have died, 18 are now in jail, and the biggest number, 66, are already back on the streets. That's 40% of the people who have left the All-In Mile High program. And that's concerning to some on the city council, especially with summer coming, when they think that number could increase. As for why they're going back to being homeless and on the streets, here's the city's answer today.
Different scenarios that people are in. Sometimes it's just that they weren't quite ready in that moment. Other times it's due to rule violations and those sorts of things.
Another concern with the city is the security at the shelters. The city says these are its top 4 goals to keep the shelters and the communities safe, have a single point of entry, install security cameras, increase security personnel, and install metal detectors as needed. Denver's goal for the next 3 months, clear out 1 to 2 encampments every month and get more people directly into long-term housing. Erica?
As Denver struggles to find funding for that migrant crisis, Mayor Mike Johnston's administration continues to expand his top priority, his initiative to end homelessness. This week, City Council will finally find out just how much this is costing taxpayers. Our Mark Salinger found that the anti-homeless initiative has already been approved to spend tens of millions of dollars beyond what the public has been told.
Solving homelessness isn't easy. Finding out exactly how much it costs isn't either.
We know the strategy works. We know how to pay for it. We know how to do it within our existing resources.
In September of last year, Mayor Mike Johnston held 2 press conferences on the city budget, focusing on homelessness.
This total cost is about $48 million.
The following year would be even cheaper, he said.
We've laid out a $39 million budget.
A total of $87.8 million budgeted over 2 years. But documents show Denver City Council has already approved up to $111 million in expenditures. That's up to $23 million more than the mayor said it would cost. More than $65 million approved to buy or lease hotels that the city has converted into shelters. More than $30 million approved to providers like the Salvation Army to run the shelters.
He's asking us to share in this sacrifice, this financial sacrifice. But on the other hand, he is spending as if we are not in a so-called budget crisis.
Dr. Lisa Calderon is a former mayoral candidate who ran against Johnston, gave him a tepid endorsement in the runoff, and has since become a strong critic of the mayor. She asked why the spending hasn't stopped for the mayor's initiative while budget cuts begin everywhere else.
Yeah, she's been a strong critic of every mayor.
We know what the council says is being spent. We hear the press conferences from the mayor. But we don't see all the things that are not openly discussed.
At least one city council member, Stacey Gilmore, told us she's asked for months for a budget breakdown of House 1000 and still doesn't know how much it costs. The mayor's office told us today actual spending in 2023 was around $10 million. Most of the expenditures were pushed to this year. We still don't know the exact cost of all the bills that will come in.
I don't think he should get a pass anymore.
That
just because he says something costs a certain amount, that is true. He needs to prove it.
And you should not endorse.
We asked for a full list of breakdown of budget for House 1000, but did not get that. So we came up with those budget projections that you just saw there by going through more than 6 months of city council documents to try and match up the receipts to what Johnston has said publicly. That means that what we found is not an exhaustive list. However, the mayor's office points out that when city council approves money, it doesn't always mean that all of that money is actually spent. This Wednesday, Kyle, city council will
in theory, get a full breakdown of where the spending is going.
And we've heard frustration from council about what numbers that they're seeing. That's the reason why you went through actually looking for the receipts. And what you're also learning is that sometimes the mayor will present money as this is being spent in this year, but it's actually kind of being trickled across a couple years.
So you look at what was actually spent, what the mayor's office says was actual spending in 2023, $10.3 million. That's not a lot. You look at what one of the hotels cost. That was $18.9 million just to buy. How are they spending that? It could be over years, several years, that it goes on the budget. That means that we don't see it until next year. For a lot of these expenditures, it's not like they're spending it just at once. It'll be over several years.
Goes without saying, doing something that no major American city has ever successfully done before, ending homelessness, will be expensive, but people should know what it costs.
It's difficult to keep track of.
Yeah. Mark, thank you.
The people in charge of how Denver spends money don't know how the mayor is spending money on his homelessness initiative.
If you go really fast and you're not bringing everybody along, things tend to go like this.
Colorado Republicans point out they can't be arrested inside the Capitol for misdemeanors. So that gives you some idea how things are going up there. A plan to protect renters in this state has been watered.
Breaking news this morning as police and security combed through each room. This was at the former DoubleTree Hotel turned homeless shelter.
Yeah, the city telling our Nicole Fierro it is another big step in increasing security after a recent shooting there. In fact, 3 of them in less than 2 weeks. She joins us live now with the latest. Nicole.
Yeah, as you guys just pointed out, the city did confirm to me this afternoon this is partly in response to the recent 2 deaths of one person and an injured other person in 2 separate shootings in less than 2 weeks just recently. And they hope going room by room here, checking for guns, that will make it safer here. Police present Thursday morning at the former DoubleTree, now homeless shelter. Unmarked in Denver police patrol cars, security personnel coming in and out of the building.
What we're engaging in is a comprehensive security inspection underway of the entire property, all guest rooms, all common areas, all areas of the grounds.
Derek Woodbury with Denver's Department of Housing Stability breaking down the details to the problem solvers.
In light of the incidents that have happened over the last couple of weeks, the city and our services partner, we engaged in a 7-point action plan.
Since the shelter opened in December, there have been more than 450 calls to 911. The city confirms 7 people have died at the shelter. 4 of these deaths were part of the All in Mile High initiative. After 2 people were shot and killed in the shelter on March 17th, the city stepping in partnership with the Salvation Army that manages the site.
We've secured all the entrances. We've added metal detectors, and today we're doing a full safety inspection of the site.
Woodbury and the Salvation Army affirm those staying were warned.
They said there was going to be a sweep. They didn't say it was going to show cluster going in random pattern.
This man staying at the shelter says the way it came about triggered his PTSD, and he would have liked to see security measures put in place off the bat.
They waited for it to go dumpster fire. Then it just kept foundering.
As for today's inspections,
any weapons, they must be forfeited.
Are there going to be arrests possibly?
You know, we have police presence here to ensure safety for everyone, the guests and folks that are here as well. So, and there's associated investigation since this was a crime site in the past as well. So that's what I can tell you.
DPD telling us at this hour they can only tell us they were here today as support. Now, the Salvation Army did give me a statement, and they explained that they were looking for guns, also looking for illegal substances as well. And along with police, they had behavioral health workers here on site to assist those staying here throughout this process today. Reporting live from Denver, Nicole Fierro, Fox 31.
Hi, Nicole.
Denver Homeless Hotel, the DoubleTree Hotel. It's had 7.
Oh, he already told her. That's right.
I covered this.
Okay.
All of that, like everything.
Hundreds of people now living at a homeless encampment off 8th Avenue and Navajo Street in the La Alma neighborhood.
People who live there and work nearby want the city to come up with a solution and quickly before that encampment grows even more. Fox 31 problem solver Andrea Henderson joining us live with their concerns. Andrea.
Yeah, Erica, neighbors tell me they want the mayor to come up with a plan for this part of town, something the mayor's office admits they still don't have for this area.
it's gotten worse in the past 6 months.
As the encampment off 8th Avenue and Navajo Street grows,
Easily 300 people down there.
so do neighbors' frustrations.
It existed when I moved in, but it probably has been getting worse.
If you drive through this neighborhood just south of downtown Denver, you'll see hundreds of tents line the 8th Avenue bridge.
We're always kind of on the outskirts of downtown, but we are part of downtown, both the housed people down here and the unhoused people. And I don't feel like either of us are getting any attention from the mayor's office.
Despite the mayor's initiative to get unhoused people off the streets and into home, residents say this neighborhood is being overlooked.
We pay taxes. We would like some answers on what the plan is, and they deserve answers in shelter and compassion.
While the mayor's office tells us that every encampment is a priority, including this one, they said in a statement that they, quote, have not made any decisions about how best to address this encampment at this time. In the meantime, District 3 Councilwoman Jamie Torres requested a community meeting with the mayor's team and Denver police to address concerns next week.
The more we ignore it, the worse it's going to get down here.
Yeah. The woman added that there's been issues with encampments in this area for years, so she really hopes the mayor's office is able to come up with a permanent solution for these individuals. Live here in Denver, Andrea Henderson, Fox 31.
All right, Andrea, thank you. In the past few
Dude, white supremacist handbook. All right, so what's your thoughts on that?
Not really. I understand what I said.
About the 8th Avenue bridge?
I thought there was a town that I have no concern about. What did they expect to happen? I mean, they threw out like 600 people in one day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And they in no other areas around Denver are sanctuary cities, and they have every right to say no.
Right.
I said no. This wouldn't happen under a predator administration.
Hell to the no.
But we also won't tell you what we would have done, because that's strategic fucking shit. That we didn't, they stole enough of our intellectual property.
Right.
It's not gonna happen. But we know that we wouldn't have never allowed that. We also know that at one point there was a lot of housing. And nobody wants to bring up right now.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 1. We're in our 4th season. This is episode 1, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. We will be back tomorrow with Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we would love for all you Black dumpster supporters to call in and tell us what the hell tangibles we're going to get from a dump regime. So let me put this up here so y'all
Thursday, the RVA will be out.
Oh, yes.
I encourage the white trolls and black troll widow to not be over there.
So disrespectful.
Check it out. If you don't like me, cool. But don't fuck with me.
Oh, we got a comment.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. It is Twin.
Finally.
Hey, Twin. Goddamn it, where you been, Twin?
At work, probably.
He's back.
It's the end of our show, but tomorrow's Shabaka's, and then Thursday will be the RBA.
Mm-hmm. Or Wednesday.
They'll go down tomorrow, too. Depends on how I feel.
Yeah, so we want all the dumpster supporters,
I gotta retwist my hair.
specifically the black ones, to call in tomorrow, or today, now it's today,
Yeah.
at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And the call-in number is 516-418-5996. And press 1 and you'll be live on the air.
Come over Tuesday, live as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I have some fun with us over there at Shabaka. And Shabaka, too. How you gonna ask who's gonna take over? You know it's gonna be Jesse.
Mm-hmm. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, with all that being said, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms: Front Line Black News, The Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So, if Lady J has nothing else to say,
There's lots of days to hold your boat.
Yep.
Hold your boat like you hold your swiller. Anyway, Belly, hold your boat. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay highly favored, and keep your head on a swivel.
Yep. You'll keep your power tools.
Yep, power tools.
So,
You never know when you got to blow something away.
Mm-hmm. Trash gets to be blown away.
Yep.
Something that gets in your way needs to be dealt with.
Yep.
Never no excuse for not being ready to put us to work. Power tools.
Right. Power tools. Where's the place? Let's do that. It's commercials.
Mm-hmm. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. We will see y'all tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We want all you dumpster supporters, especially you black ones, call in and tell us what tangible benefits we're going to get from a dump regime. Most people waste our time even voting for him, or God forbid that goddamn senile, sleepy Jim Crow Biden.
Right.
So we'll see y'all then.
Right.
Peace.
Peace, family.